And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you are connecting from. Thanks for joining us today. And this is our 2020 to 24 Power Platform Classmates event. And we have 2 days event starting from today, all full day event today and tomorrow. And we have the one and only Donna Sarkar to kickstart our event for this year. And I'll pass it to Dharani to give introduction about Donna, and then let Donna take over the stage.
Sure, thanks a lot, Jiva. I'm so happy and thrilled to excited and introduce our estimated speaker for today's event, a true epitome of innovation and the experimentation, Donna Sarkar. Donna believes that you are one experiment away from being your most powerful self at work and as well as in life. Currently, at her day job, she is running 100 experiments as the chief troublemaker of the Microsoft AI and Copilot extensibility program. Her goal is that people all over the world can use Microsoft's AI and Copilot programs to reason over their own data and truly make useful for their business. Donna, also a keynote speaker, a multi-published author, the owner of ethical luxury fashion brand called Prima Donna Studios, and she has recently become a wine bar co-owner and is studying to be an sommelier. A few years ago, she was named one of Fast Company's 100 most productive people and Cosmopolitan magazine's business person of the year for her multifactored life. And yes, she is always ready to get on a plane, come see you. Please join me in welcoming the extraordinary speaker, Donna Sarkar.
Hey everyone, thank you so much. This is so kind of you to invite me to kick off your first Power Platform Classmates event. Um, I'm going to share slides, but here is something really, really important. The most important thing you can be doing for the next day and a half is bonding with each other. Because through a community like what you already have, that is where you're going to find out about what's going on with tech, now, what's coming up next, and what opportunities there are for you. So while I'm here sharing with you some technical roadmap, vision, all of these things, the most important thing in the world are all of you and your local communities where you are all over Asia, all over South Asia, etc. All right. So make friends with each other because you are the most powerful superpower you have. Okay. So for the last year and a half, I know we're here to talk about Power Platform, but here's something really important. The Power Platform is changing and every tech stack is changing. And it's important that all of you in your part of the world also embrace that information, right? Asia and South Asia tend to be very forward in terms of technology, in terms of technology adoption, but they don't often start with leadership, right? They will go and adopt first, but I don't see a lot of startups in that space usually. And this time it's different because there's a lot of startups in India, in Vietnam, and Singapore, and all of these places around AI. And one of the things you've seen is for the last year and a half, all you've seen is us talk about, as a tech industry, talk about AI, and more AI, right? And one of the questions that I get often when I go talk to companies is they ask, is this AI business, is it hype or is it real? And the answer is yes, it's both. Okay, it's both hype and it's real. So let's tackle what is hype and what's not actually real. So first of all, there is so much nonsense in the news, right? Every day there's a new AI product, and half the time the AI product does something extremely ridiculous. Like, there's a product that none of us are going to talk about right now that tells you to aggressively put glue in pizza. It tells you to eat one rock a day. It tells you to jump off a cliff if you're sad. It just tells you things that are fundamentally wrong. But this is not unusual because there's AI products that tell you to go buy, a Toyota truck for $1 as well. There's also a lot of just misinformation around a lot of these AI boyfriends and girlfriends and Russian wives, etc. There's all of these apps that create like a fake partner for you to help you get through tough times in life. And these are all set up just to steal all your passwords and identity. Honestly, that's why these exist. So never sign up for them, just letting you know. If you see one of those, even if you're curious, do not sign up because their entire goal is to steal all your information. So don't do that. The other thing that's been a huge thing are deepfakes, right? So the CEO of WPP, which is the biggest ad firm in the world, was recently scammed into giving away a whole bunch of information about his company by a deepfake phone call. And you're going to see this more and more. And in fact, there's companies working on building deepfakes into their meeting apps. So when you see all these things, you start thinking like, wait, so this AI business is actually bad news. It's not good. But that's where the double-sided thing comes in. And that's where it's so important for us tech people to lead. Okay. Because yes, there's a lot of nonsense, a lot of hype, and a lot of bad, but there's also a lot of good and potential. Like all of you saw, hopefully, the announcement from Apple a month and a half ago around Apple Intelligence, which will enable you on device to be able to ask questions or get information from your iPhone. And Apple will switch from being the on-device language model, a small language model that's locally on device, and it will automatically switch to ChatGPT when it's a bigger question than it can handle. So this thing is what's called a multi-agent AI product, right? And this is actually very clever and it's pretty cool because you will be able to use the power of all of the AI models out there just from your device. Then the other thing that to me has been really interesting is how many AI startups exist. And this is a report that's old actually from last year because reports can't even keep up. But if you look at the number of AI startups that exist in the world that we know of, right? These are just we know of because they filled out some form. There's 5,000 in the US. There's 1,400 in China. There's a whole bunch in India. There's a ton in South Korea. These are all AI startups that started in the last 6 months, 8 months, something like that. And for a bunch of startups to pick up this brand new technology, that's weird. And that's really, really cool. I love seeing that. But it's more than just startups. When you look at traditional industries, right? A lot of people have said that, oh, AI is going to take all these jobs. And actually, that's not true because people who work in the more creative side of industries like content writers, graphic designers, marketing people, they actually have picked up AI products and are redefining their jobs. They're saying, no, AI is not going to take my job. I'm going to keep my job, but I'm going to use AI to do it better. So in the latest Microsoft Work Trend report, which you can look up and see, you'll see that there are a ton of industries, especially creative, where people are starting to lead in how AI is going to be used in their job going forward. And the same is true for software, same is true for business. So one of the best things you can be doing, even if you aren't a software developer, is to figure out what are some key AI scenarios in your job, right? So people who are seen as leaders in AI, who are leading the way in companies, who are not devs, right? Who are not software developers, they're the ones who tend to research and try new prompts, regularly experiment with different ways of using AI. Before they start a task, they ask, can AI help me with this? And they say it helps me be more creative, productive, and focus on the more important work, right? So all of these green bubbles, which are down here at the end on the extreme right, are where people who are leaders in companies doing stuff with AI. So this is something called power AI users, and they're the ones who tend to go and shape how AI is going to be used at work, and they're the ones who are going to have very good jobs for the next 10 years. So one of the things that's been really interesting to me is that global AI jobs keeps going up and up and up and up, right? So if you look at this chart between March and June, which is where I snapshotted this data, the number of AI jobs just keeps going up, right? There's a little dip there in the middle, but overall, you've got 43% increase of jobs between March and June in jobs in AI across the world. And you can find that out if you just search on LinkedIn with AI jobs and do some analysis. And you can use like Microsoft Copilot to help you do this too. So something that's very interesting to me is that most of the AI jobs that you see are technical. Because we're early, most of the jobs that people are hiring for are data scientists. So if you all have data backgrounds, congratulations, you're going to be employed for a very, very long time, right? Along with people who are looking for people who know how to do AI training, like human in the loop AI, human in the loop feedback, right? Along with AI engineers, machine learning engineers, devs, architects, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All the way at the bottom, you're going to see things like product marketing because the non-tech industries haven't reached AI-specific jobs yet, but those will be the category that will be next year. So given that all of these jobs are AI related, what does this have to do with you? Because you've joined Power Platform Classmates. You're wondering, Donna, why are you telling us about this? We have a Power Platform job. We're going to specialize in Power Platform. It actually has a lot to do with you, because the chances of you being makers or implementers or deployers or governance people for Power Platform are really high if you're on this. And you all need to get skilled up in AI, because as you build things for companies, you need to make sure AI is integrated into it. You can't bolt it on at the end. Okay, so as you start building apps, think about, how can this image gallery auto-generate images? How can I auto-generate copy for this set of things, etc.? And the Dynamics suite of products are actually very good examples of tools that are getting rewritten to be AI at the center. And Project Sophia, of course, from the Power Platform, is an AI by design app from the beginning. Okay, so it actually affects you more than ever, because AI is being used in business and you all are involved in the business of business apps. Okay, so next question, Copilot. Okay, we've heard a lot about Copilot. And this image feels real, which is, here's normal people who are just trying to do work. And here's Microsoft saying AI, AI, AI onto everything. And I mean, it's funny because it's true, right? And we've caused this a little bit of chaos by introducing a lot of copilots, right? Every day you look at news and there's some new copilot. And believe me, I know this because I wrangle copilots at Microsoft. And there are 100 and something Copilot experiences across products. So we decided to do us all a favor and do everyone a favor and just organize them in one place. So we want to introduce to you a thing called the Copilot Learning Hub. And I encourage you all to take a screenshot of this, take a picture of this page, because you're going to wind up using it for your job at some point or another. Okay. Learn.microsoft.com/Copilot. We update the site every month with fresh, brand new content. I actually just shot 7 videos over the last month on all different copilots. Yesterday was Project Sophia and Copilot Studio. Before that was Responsible AI. Then was Dynamics Business Central, Dynamics Customer Insights, Power Apps, Power Automate, et cetera, et cetera. So the way Copilot Learning Hub works is you go to learn.microsoft.com/Copilot. And then on this page, you're going to see sections, right? The first section is how do you understand Copilot? Then is how do you adopt Copilot? Third is how do you extend it? And fourth, how do you build your own Copilots? So extensions are all about, like, how do you take a Copilot and extend it with graph connectors or plugins or all of these things that you Power Platform people know. The more interesting thing is probably these videos on Copilot Learning Hub, which will give you Copilot scenarios across the board, like Copilot for IT pros, Copilot for devs, Copilot for business people, sales people, service people, etc. So check out the source. We've also got Copilot per job roles here. So if you're a student, if you're a partner, if you're ISV, there's Copilot resources for you. And again, we refresh the site every single month. You'll see that if you go to the site now, it's already changed because we just did our monthly refresh yesterday. So there's a big docs hub where you can look up and find the documentation for each page as well. Okay, so one big thing that you've all heard about is Copilot adoption and what a pain in the neck it is, right? And oh, believe me, Copilot adoption is a huge pain in the neck. It was a pain at Microsoft, it's a pain in your companies, and it comes down to 3 reasons. First, no one really understands what scenarios are good for AI and what scenarios are not good for AI, okay? And people are trying to use AI for either every scenario or no scenario, and that's just not true. The rule of thumb I tend to use is that generative AI generates. So use it for generating things, right? So it's really good for creating new things where you need the answer to be different every time. You need the answer to be creative. So rather than just using it to retrieve information where everyone likes to use it for, use it for creating new things. Use it where non-deterministic, meaning different every time, is important, okay? So next question is, people say, we don't know if our data is ready to Copilot yet. And the key there is to not wait until you think your data is ready across your business, because that answer will be never. Instead, do it org by org. So look at the orgs that actually have their data kind of in order. That's going to be like finance and legal. And do like restricted SharePoints, right? Say only Copilot over this SharePoint right here, or don't Copilot over this SharePoint. Use Purview, use restricted SharePoint, use the tools to start your adoption, because that's the only way you're going to make progress. You're never going to be ready completely 100% to do this. The third question is, our people don't know how to use Copilot yet. And that is true, because it's a new thing. So instead of waiting for everyone to figure out how to do it, which they're going to never figure out, it's important to have champs per organization, right? And have a weekly lunch and learn and say, dear everyone in finance, we're going to all do this prompt this week into Microsoft Copilot. Let's all do it hands-on together now. That we found to be by far the most useful way to teach people to do it. So I have been following closely the Microsoft Finance team's Copilot journey, right? So first they got hands-on with Bing Chat Enterprise, then they got hands-on with Microsoft Copilot. Now they use all of them, Power Apps, Power Automate, etc. And the key was a bunch of processes they put in place. First, they announced an AI driver, like a chief AI officer of finance itself. Second, that person appointed champs for each business unit. So there's Copilot, person who does financial planning, person who does financial projection, someone who does, people put together those financial reports for the board. Then they held a training for each of these per week. And again, they focused on that one prompt a week. And then from those prompts, they created a prompt library. And then they encouraged everyone in the org to create their own prompts that are really interesting. And then they do demo days once a month to the CFO. But it's this all in everyone do this activity. They didn't try to make it one person's job and everyone else doesn't do it. They didn't try to do one huge training and hope that everyone remembered, because they know that doesn't work. So that. And the advice they give us and all of you is use Microsoft Copilot, Bing Chat Enterprise, as the gateway drug for Microsoft 365 Copilot. Okay. So marketing said stop using gateway drug, so we will just call it drug. One of the things about Copilots is really going out with, the old timey rings of release style. If any of you are Windows insiders, which I know a bunch of you are, it's the same insider model. Like go out to one group of people once, let it bake, then go out to the next group of people. Do not deploy to your whole company at once because everyone will be confused. Okay. The third part is a lot of people don't understand that Copilots, the way they are out of a box, is one way to use it, but actually you should be connecting up with your third-party data sources. And all of you Power Platform people already know that. So because you already are experts in using those, how many connectors are there? Like 1,500, 1,300, some humongous number of connectors. You can now use all of those connectors in Microsoft 365 using all of those extensibility models. You can do it in Copilot Studio, Graph connectors, Teams message extensions, whatever you want to use, you can still use these to improve Microsoft 365 and get better results. So that skill you all have that you thought was random, really relevant in Copilot land. Okay, so what the heck are agents? I know I said I'm going to talk about agents. Let's talk about agents. Okay, it's a new thing, but it's also an old thing. Okay, so here's the theory. Right now, Copilot acts like it's never seen you before in its life, right? It's like has amnesia. You could try it yourself. If you go ask Bing Chat Enterprise a question, and then you come back tomorrow and ask the same question, you will get a different answer and it'll act like it's never met you before, right? So say you're responding to 50 emails, it's like 50 new things every time. It doesn't have context between the last thing you did and this thing. So instead, Copilots are going to start getting what's called an agentic treatment, okay? So the AI journey we've been on forever, it's been going on for 50-something years, right? Since 1956, we've had this concept called predictive AI, and that's the AI like Blueberry or Chihuahua, Legs or Hot Dog or whatever it is. Then now we're in this era of generative AI that's causing this chaos, but soon we're going to be in this era of agentic AI, which is going to cause more chaos. And that's why you need to get ready soon, because before you know it, your companies are going to be asking you to build agents. So what is agents anyway? And what an agent does is rather than doing just one task at a time, it makes a plan. Okay, so an agentic workflow is you would set a goal. You would say something like, build me a website for a wine bar in Seattle, Washington. Okay, and pluck wines that are made in Washington State only. Okay, that is a goal. Okay, now Copilot is going to get to work and create a plan and break it into tasks. And then it's going to execute each task. It's going to process the results, reprioritize the task list, and do it for you. And it's going to work in a loop until it's done. Okay. I'm going to show you this demo in a second using GitHub Copilot workspaces. But how it works under the covers, I'm calling the agentification of Copilot. Okay. So the pieces of it are there's context, meaning I keep the context, like you're a wine bar Copilot. That's what you do. You help me manage my wine bar. You have memory. You learn that these are the wines we have in stock that are already on the website to help me build a new website. You are able to do planning and organizing. Extensibility, meaning you're able to connect to external data sources and pluck from this website or that website. And last, you're able to do automation, meaning you're able to do publishing or this and that with guardrails. Okay. So the good news is you already know how to do this. First is like the Assistance API that exists in the Azure catalog. So if you want to build your own, you actually can just use the Assistants API in GPT-4 and build your own. Planning is just the orchestrator that already exists in Azure AI. It's called Prompty, but there's also LangChain and a bunch of other ones. Extensibility, you know, from plugins and connectors in the Power Platform, and then automation, you know, from Power Automate. So you already know how to do all of these things. The tools already exist, but they don't exist together in a tool yet. Okay. So rather than trying to go and build an agent tomorrow, just start thinking about agenty design patterns. And there's a lot of them, right? So you and an agent can work together to solve a problem, be a thought partner. Agent can do work and think about how to make it better. Agents can call externally, agents can plan, or multiple agents can work together to solve a problem. So these are all design patterns that you're going to see over and over, and I'm going to show you 2 examples. First one, you could just do this in Microsoft Copilot or ChatGPT, by the way. So I recommend you try something like this. This is the whole prompt. Write a social media post about 5-step process to overcome imposter syndrome. Then pause. Think of 3 ways it can be improved. Be more actionable and note these. Write the next version. So you see how it does a task, pauses, reflects, refixes itself, and gives you a better answer. It will do this all at once. So try something like this. It doesn't even matter what it is. And this is going to take a few minutes to generate, but I recommend you go and try this out yourself once we finish up here. Okay, so one tool I want you all to get familiar with is the Azure AI Studio Playground or the OpenAI Playground. So that's platform.openai.com/playground, or you could do it in Azure as well. Here, I'm doing something where I'm building an assistant to help me, right? I say do the thing a lot, so I'm building a do the thing assistant. So how would this work? I would say something like, you're a helpful assistant who answers in a friendly and playful tone to help Donna. Write me a whole thing on overcoming imposter syndrome, right? And what it would do is, you can see I've uploaded a bunch of documents here. And I've uploaded my manuscripts, Do the Thing, Imposter Syndrome Banishing Spell, Model 47, my business book, and Spin Your Tell, which is my brand book. And I am now going to have this Copilot answer questions for me on behalf of my own voice, using the resources that I've uploaded. So this is my own personal, like, mini agenty thing, right? So the question I would ask is, what would Donna say to someone who wants to learn AI? And you can just do this yourself, by the way. You could do this using ChatGPT, vanilla ChatGPT, with no issues. And here, it puts it in kind of my tone, not exactly. It has some emojis, has do the thing in it, has a code snippet, has an email that you can send, etc. So this thing works with a feature called memory, and you can see it in Copilot. There's this memory feature that tracks things that you have already done. Okay. And in this memory, you can see here's all the information it's learned about me. You can clear its memory or delete each one individually, but I recommend you get hands-on with it. If you have not seen GitHub Copilot Workspace, go look it up, because it is the future of how AI tools are going to work. Okay. So here's how it works right now. I want to go to my GitHub repo and I want to create a website for my bar called Side Hustle. I am not a web dev. I'm an operating system dev. I do not make websites. So I'm going to go to GitHub Copilot Workspaces, which it is a waitlist right now. And I'm going to go to the Side Hustle repo. And in the Side Hustle repo, I'm going to say, build me a website to build, create a website for a wine bar in Seattle called Side Hustle. Create a wine list of low intervention wines from Washington State, which is where I live. And I just bought a whole bunch. So now you see Copilot doing this, okay? It's creating a plan. Look, it's writing the spec. So it says, this exists. Here's what I propose. I'm going to create an index.html. Now Copilot's doing all of this. I'm doing absolutely nothing but watching it, okay? So it's going to actually go through and make a plan. So it wrote a spec, and it's now going to generate a plan. And the best thing is, I can modify this anytime. If I didn't like the spec, if I wanted, like, a site that's green and yellow, I could specify that, but we're doing something basic for time's sake. So right now I can clear the plan, I can collapse the plan, I can regenerate the plan, I can modify the plan, I can do all sorts of things, but I'm just going to see what it gives me. Okay, so yep. And then it's going to do all this. Yep. And it's actually going to do a pull request, so we can check it in and then look at it. So I like this because it stitches together a bunch of tools. It stitches together both Visual Studio and the GitHub Copilot pull request site. So let's create a pull request, and then we're going to see it in about a second. Here you go. So it's hideous, of course, right? Because I'm not a web dev and I didn't specify Copilot to do anything special. But what I would do is specify, like, make it these colors, upload these pictures, et cetera, et cetera. So all of this was generated by GitHub Copilot without me doing anything at all. And soon you're going to see this kind of agentification across Copilots, right? And then you're going to learn about a thing called multi-agent, which is like Apple's thing. And the best way to learn about it is to get really familiar with Copilot Studio and Power Automate. Okay, so what else is top of mind? Of course, there's always going to be data hygiene and security, right? Because without that, you're not going to have any progress with Copilots. So get familiar with all of the tools you already know. You all know, get familiar with Purview, SharePoint, Restricted, all of the tools, admin tools that exist. Make sure you know them very well because you're going to need them more. One of the things that's really interesting is that you're all going to get asked to play with multiple language models at the same time. Okay, so it's not going to be that you're just going to live in GPT-4 forever. So get familiar with this concept called small language models. These are the ones that work online on devices or offline on specific devices. And these are the ones that are going to be a lot cheaper and do very specific things. A way to play with this is to look at the AI toolkit for Visual Studio Code. You can see it at aka.ms AI toolkit. Okay, more upskilling and adoption. We're keeping Copilot Learning Hub up to date. We recommend you go do a version of the site for yourself and your customers, or figure out how to explain things from here to your customers in the context of their business. You're going to see a lot more focus on AI and deepfake detector. You saw Meta just announce one yesterday. This is going to keep happening because we have to be able to say when something is not real. And this just happened where we're not going to believe anything unless we see it real life, right? So this finance guy paid out $25 million with a fake deepfake CFO, and it just happened. So the fifth thing that's going to happen, and I actually think this is beautiful, is that the value and price of personal brands, human reputation, and human-to-human interaction is going to go up. Because there's this guy who married a hologram in Japan who can't talk to her anymore because he didn't pay his bill. There's this person who has an AI therapist who told him extremely wrong things. And all of the AI girlfriends turns out to be privacy nightmares. So I highly recommend you don't marry a hologram, get an AI therapist, or get an AI girlfriend. You can, but I recommend you don't. So I like that human-to-human will become a thing, but get ready that soon there's going to be deepfake avatars in meetings, and all of this human created, curated, delivered information is going to become a luxury item. So all of you who like human stuff face to face, congratulations, you're going to be in the business for a long, long, long time. So because it's me, there's of course homework. Ready? Just know that all of you are going to be AI operators, validators, or both. Okay, you already are. The fact that you're doing this work in the Power Platform means you're already taken steps 1 through 5 of getting into the AI-verse. So I really recommend that you spend some time figuring out a killer prompt, okay, or scenario for your favorite Copilot. That can be the Power Apps one, Power Automate, Microsoft Copilot, Azure Copilot, I do not care. Figure out your favorite Copilot, figure out a great prompt or scenario, and show everyone, okay? If you share it on social, tag me at Donna Sarkar. And if you want to, come on Copilot Learning Hub Live and be on air with me. I've been recruiting people from LinkedIn to come and record sessions with me and show off their killer scenario or killer prompt. And you can find out all of these episodes on learn.microsoft.com/Copilot. So that is what I have for you. And I hope that you all understand that you are not just working on the technology that you see in front of you today. This is just 101 level, and all of you are going to have long, fruitful, beautiful careers as long as you keep doing things like this and investing in yourself. Thank you so much and have a wonderful event.
Thank you, Donna. On behalf of everyone, I want to extend our deepest gratitude for your inspiring and impactful keynote today, and your dedication to pushing the boundaries of technology and your commitment to making an AI useful for business around the world resonate deeply with all of us. And your words have not only energized our audience and also provided more valuable insights that we will carry throughout our day. And once again, thank you, Donna, for kicking off the Power Platform Classmates 2024 event with such energy and vision. We look forward to the rest of the event and continue to learning from your incredible experience and insights. Let's give a big round of applause to Donna Sarkar. Thank you once again. So before passing it to the next speaker, Nathan Rose, I will quickly go through the Power Platform Classmates, who we are and what we do. And the Power Platform Classmates is an event is an exciting gathering of enthusiasts and professionals passionate about the Microsoft Power Platform, Azure, Dynamics 365, and Copilot. This event provides an unique opportunity to connect, share knowledge, and explore the latest advancements within the business applications area. So, with the keynote speeches from industry leaders, interactive sessions, and the hands on workshops, participants can expand their skills, network with the like minded individuals, and discover innovative solutions to drive their business forward. Join us for an unforgettable experience and be part of a vibrant community pushing the boundaries of technology. And so here is the today's the distinguished speakers, and here is the keynote speakers. And I'll quickly go to the next slide. So now officially our our Power Platform Classmates website is ready. Like if you wish to be part of our regional organizers, please feel free to scan this QR code. So you'll be able to join us and you'll be able to contribute us uh, by doing the regional events. So here is our website. I will post it in the LinkedIn chat. Please feel free to go through our new website, and please feel free to scan the QR code and join us. And we are available in various handles, social media handles: Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, and website. So please feel free to scan all this QR code and join us, and let's have a wonderful journey in the business applications area. And here is the quick agenda of today's meeting. And today and tomorrow it is going to be completely packed with lots and lots of sessions. So please feel free to go through please feel free to attend all the sessions and gain the knowledge out of it. And huge shout out to our sponsors, WISLabs and the Fediton Technologies. And WISLabs is the leading one of the learning platform. And Fediton Technologies is they are mainly for the security, the token generator, OTP cards, the fingerprint cards, so all those things. Big shout out to them for sponsoring our event. Without them today, it's not possible to host this event. Big shout out. Now let's welcome Nathan Rose, and I will pass it to Wilken. Nathan is an leading consultant at Capgemini. Nathan Rose is a lead consultant at Capgemini, a leading authoring on low-code plugins, and he's also a Microsoft MVP. And his deep expertise and innovative approach make him a standout in the Power Platform community. Thanks a lot, Nathan, for accepting our invite and presenting in Power Platform Classmates event. So over to you, Nathan.
Thanks so much, Durrani. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay, I assume my screen's coming through and you all can see and hear me okay?
Yeah, all good, Nathan. We can see your screen and your voice is clear.
All right, fantastic. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you wherever you are tuning in from. Thank you so much for coming along to Power Platform Classmates and to my session, the deep dive into the Dataverse Accelerator app and PowerFX low-code plugins. I have the hardest job in the Microsoft world today because I have to follow on from Donna Sarkar. How great was that keynote? I was absolutely riveted, and I cannot wait to get hands-on with some of the agents in Copilot Studio. And I have the difficult job of following on from Donna. So I've got some big shoes to fill, but I am going to power through and do my best. So thank you all so much for coming along. As Durrani said, I'm Nathan Rose. I'm a lead consultant at Capgemini here in beautiful Auckland, New Zealand, where I'm based. I'm also an MVP in business applications. I've kind of become the PowerFX guy over the last couple of years. I've really done a lot of work with Microsoft's low-code love language for the Power Platform, PowerFX, and I am incredibly passionate about unleashing human creativity via the Power Platform. Now, quick overview of our time together today. So we'll start out by taking a look at what PowerFX is and where you can use it. We'll then do a deep dive into low-code plugins, how they work, the various bits and pieces that put them together. We'll then get hands-on with them, and I'll show you low-code plugins working across the Power Platform. And then we'll wrap up with when you should be using low-code plugins versus traditional plugins and some random tips and tricks, and hopefully have some time for some Q&A. Now, I love for these sessions to be as interactive as possible. So if at any point in time you have a question, a comment, something you don't understand, or even something you don't agree with, feel free to come off mute and let's chat about it. Alternatively, if you prefer to drop your comment in the chat, I don't have ready access to the chat while I'm presenting, but Durrani or Jiva, if there's a comment in there that you think I should respond to, if you just want to come off mute and let me know, we can address it in real time.
Sure.
All right, we are ready to go. So first things first, what is PowerFX? Well, PowerFX is Microsoft's low-code love language for the Power Platform. It is comprised of human-friendly commands that can be used on the spectrum from makers all the way to pro devs. It is strong typed, functional, and declarative. Now, if you're not familiar with those terms, if you don't know what they mean, don't worry. I'm going to get into that in just a second. And the idea is that it works just like Excel. So some very clever people at Microsoft realized that there are billions of Excel users worldwide. And if they could create a development language that basically worked like Excel, they've effectively created billions of software developers worldwide. And PowerFX was born, and here we all are. All right, so where can I use PowerFX? Well, PowerFX started life in Canvas apps. So if you've done work with Canvas apps over the years, then you're somewhat familiar with PowerFX. It then moved into the model-driven app by way of custom pages and modern commanding. And then a couple of years ago, it started moving into Dataverse. We got calculated columns in Dataverse. This is a feature that's GA today. And then last year at the Build conference, Microsoft announced the Dataverse Accelerator app and the low-code plugins. Now, this is a feature that's still in preview, and we're going to deep dive into that. We also got the command line interface for PowerFX, which lets you do things in Dataverse that's still in preview as well. And this year it's expanded to Power Automate Desktop, Copilot Studio, and Power Pages, which was just announced a few weeks ago at the Build conference. So PowerFX is absolutely proliferating across the Power Platform. You can pretty much use it in all parts of our jobs as Power Platform professionals. But I did mention some terms that if you're a maker or a functional, you may not be familiar with. So strong type, what is that and why does it matter? Well, effectively what Microsoft have done in PowerFX is they have put the guardrails and training wheels in place to ensure that easily addressable issues are handled during development and not at runtime. Let me give you a classic example, mismatched data types. Let's say I've got a number one formatted as a string and a number one formatted as a number. Now, in a traditional development language, as long as my syntax and grammar is correct, when I run that code, I'm going to be able to compile and run that code, but at runtime, I'm probably going to get anywhere from a nasty error to the application, assuming that I want to concatenate them, and it's going to give me an 11 instead of 2. What PowerFX does is it highlights this and says, hey, you can't put a number and a string together. I need them both to be strings or both to be numbers. And so this makes it easy for makers to pick it up and be productive with it, but it also ensures that pro devs avoid easily avoidable errors. So that's strong typed. The second bit is declarative. What is that and why does it matter? Well, traditional software languages are imperative. This means that in order to get to what I want, I have to tell it how to give me what I want. So think about a chef making a hamburger. Now, I'm a bit of a McDonald's guy, so if I want a Big Mac in an imperative development language, I can't just ask for the Big Mac. I have to say, I want a Big Mac, and that's made up of 2 beef patties, special sauce and cheese, all on a sesame seed bun. So now that we've all got the jingle stuck in our head and we're all craving McDonald's, that's how I would get a Big Mac in an imperative development language. In PowerFX, it's declarative, which means I just roll up to the drive-thru and ask for my Big Mac. I don't worry about how it's put together. I just ask for the thing that I want. So coming back to a more realistic example, if I want to add 2 numbers together, I simply tell PowerFX, add these 2 numbers together, and it figures out how to do that in the back end. I'm not worried about that. So that's what makes PowerFX so special. But now let's segue on to the world of plugins. And you might be saying, Nathan, we've had Power Automate for a long time. I use it for almost everything I need to automate on the Power Platform. I kind of thought plugins were going away. We don't really do a lot of that anymore. Why is this such a big deal? And the key word here is synchronous. So whenever you need an automation to run in real time, meaning as soon as that automation is kicked off, the user can't pass go, they can't collect $200, they got to sit and wait for that to finish running before they can go on to do the next thing. That is when you need a plugin. In the Power Automate world, when we kick off that process, we can move on to do other things in the app, and Power Automate kicks in and runs, and it's close to real time, but it doesn't run in real time. Now, most of the time, that's absolutely fine. Probably 80+% of the time, asynchronous processing is absolutely okay, which is why Power Automate is the big deal that it is. But there are times when we need a process to be real-time synchronous, and that's when plugins get involved. So think legal, financial, HR type transactions. That's when we need to use synchronous processing via plugin. So what plugins allow us to do, again, synchronous. The other thing they let us do that we can't do in Power Automate is we can control when this logic fires. And we'll get into this in a minute, but we can basically tell it to run either before or after saving to Dataverse. And there's some important scenarios for why you would want to do that. Now with plugins, we are limited to a hard 2-minute timeout. That's how this works in Dataverse. It's a hard 2-minute timeout. Unlike Power Automate that can run for as long as it needs to, plugins are limited. And we generally use them when we have requirements that exceed what we could do in Power Automate. So usually it's going to be synchronous controlling when we save it to when we fire relative to the save to Dataverse, and anything that would exceed anything else that would exceed Power Automate's capabilities. Power Automate is super useful for, again, async. We need it for when we need to do heavy duty processing, looping through a bunch of rows, anything that would exceed that 2-minute timeout. That's when Power Automate is super useful. It's great when we don't have pro devs available. And this one's a little bit controversial, but hear me out. I believe Power Automate provides superior process traceability, particularly when things go wrong. Now I'm going to show you the plugin tracing that's been put into the Dataverse Accelerator app recently, but I still believe Power Automate takes the cake here because we get that detailed input and output, and we can see exactly what's coming in and going out for each step of our flow in a visual way. And so my personal opinion is that Power Automate wins in terms of process traceability. All right. The next thing we need to cover off is the plugin execution pipeline. Now, if you're a pro dev, you will know all about this, but if you come from more of a maker or a functional background, this is something that may not be familiar to you in the world of plugins, and you need to understand it before you get hands-on with a low-code plugin. So plugins run along a 4-stage execution pipeline in Dataverse. Pre-validation, which means it's going to run on some validation before it goes to do its thing. Pre-operation, which means it runs before the save to Dataverse. The main operation, which is the actual save to Dataverse, and you can't execute plugin logic here, you're not allowed. And then post-operation means it runs after the save to Dataverse. Now, your traditional C# plugins can run pre-validation or operation or post-op. Low-code plugins can run pre-operation or post-operation. Now, you could make the argument that with the if and switch and other type of functions you have in PowerFX, you don't necessarily need that pre-validation stage. You can do that in your plugin formula. I've spoken to a few pro dev friends of mine who've said that pre-validation isn't widely used. Now, why would you want to run a plugin pre or post operation? Well, it depends on the scenario. If, for example, you're working in a financial type scenario where you need to be able to roll back, then pre-operation is going to work really well for you, because we're not going to save anything to Dataverse until our plugin is done running. And if it encounters any errors or anything like that, we can roll back to what we had quite easily. And so that's why you would want to run something pre-operation. Post-operation means it's going to run after the save to Dataverse. So if we are integrated to an external system, we need to send data somewhere else in a synchronous way, then post-operation is a great way to do it. After we've done that save, then the plugin runs and does its thing. All right. So now that we've covered off PowerFX and we've covered off how plugins work, let's move on to the Dataverse Accelerator app. All right. So this is what the Dataverse Accelerator app looks like. We get a plugin authoring screen. This is where we input our PowerFX expressions. And again, if you are familiar with Excel, then you can pick this up very quickly and easily and start creating plugin code with it. Behind the scenes, C# code is compiled, and then our plugin is available to use across Dataverse for the automated ones, and then we can call them in Power Apps, Power Automate, or even Copilot Studio. And I'll show you all three in a minute. All right, now there are two types of low-code plugins, instant and automated. Now, the easiest way to think about this is to think about a Power Automate framework. An instant plugin runs when a user triggers it. So they interact with an element in an app, they click a button, that type of thing, that triggers a low-code plugin. Automated plugins are triggered by an event in Dataverse. So some type of CRUD operation triggers the plugin to run. Those are the automated ones. And there are some differences between them. So the instant plugins, don't tell anyone they're not actually a plugin. They are what you're actually creating in Dataverse is a custom API. But they let you do some cool things. So again, they're triggered by a user action. You can also call them in Power Automate. I'll show you that. You can call them in Copilot Studio. So you can do some pretty cool things with the instant plugins because it is that custom API. Now they can be global or table bound. So if you work in the Power Automate framework, anytime you've had to invoke a bound or unbound action, that's what that means. So you can set instant plugins up to run across your total Dataverse environment, or you can bind it to a specific table. You can declare input and output parameters. So you can say, take these things, do stuff in the plugin, and give me something else. You can connect them to third-party APIs. Now, this is something that's actually a really big deal, because in traditional C# plugins, to connect to APIs and other services, you've got to enter connection strings and all that. But what I'll show you shortly is all you have to do in low-code plugins is use your Power Platform connections that are available to you. So it makes it really easy to interact with other services. And the instant plugins can call Cloudflows. So they're pretty versatile. The automated ones these are actual plugins, and I'll show you in a second. So these create a plugin step that you would expect to see with a traditional plugin. They can be run pre or post operation. So if you refer back to that plugin execution pipeline, the automated plugins are table bound. So again, you're going to write this in the context of a table. So when a contact is updated, go do this or that. You can't declare input or output parameters. However, based on the table that you're working on, you'll have all of those columns available to you to come into your plugin to do stuff. Like the instant ones, you can connect them to third-party services and APIs, and you can't directly interact with Cloudflows from automated plugins. Now, you can have a CRUD operation that triggers the plugin that could trigger something to do something with a Cloudflow or the other way around. I have found when you have both an automated plugin and an automated Cloudflow running on the same table and they both get triggered, you can run into some nasty clashes and errors. So I'd be careful about using both together. All right, well, let's move on to ALM. What are these plugins comprised of? How do I move them around between my Dataverse environments? All right, well, let's cover the instant ones. As I said, the instant ones are actually custom APIs, and they're made up of 4 tables in Dataverse. So at the top, there's a table called FX Expression. This is what holds your Power effects, your YAML, your JSON, and any dependencies. Beneath that, we have the custom API. That's what gets created. And then if you have input or output parameters, those are added as the custom API request or response parameters. So you need all 4 of these tables to move your plugin between Dataverse environments. Pro tip, if you are adding this to a solution, if you add the custom API in the Maker portal, it will automatically add the FX expression and any request or response parameters into your solution for you, which is pretty cool. So those are the ALM elements for instant plugins. Automated plugins are a little bit simpler. So if you go into the plugin registration tool in the XRM toolbox, you'll see that there's an assembly called PowerFX Plex plugins. And within that, there's a plugin called the PowerFX Evaluator. And when you expand that, you'll see all these plugin steps that have the same name as your automated plugins in your Dataverse environment. And so that's what's going on with the automated plugins. They're being added as a step to this PowerFX Evaluator. And so to move these between environments, again, you're going to add your FX expression, but then you'll also add the plugin step to your solution. So you add those 2 things, and then you can move the automated solutions between environments. One thing I didn't mention is that if either your instant or your automated plugin has a connection in it, that connection reference will also need to be added to the solution to move it around. All right, I think we are ready to move on to the demo. So before we do that, I do need to issue a big disclaimer, which is that low-code PowerFX plugins are still a preview feature. So this means at any time and without any prior warning, this feature could substantially change or be discontinued. And I'll give you an example of that in a second. So do not use PowerFX plugins in any non-dev or trial environment. So I wouldn't use these in prod or UAT. And I wouldn't incorporate them into any current solution designs. We don't yet have a GA date for low-code plugins. I suspect that it's coming soon. That's my personal opinion, nothing official. But because we don't yet have a GA date, I wouldn't add this into any current solution design. However, I absolutely would use these in your dev and trial environments. Get hands-on with them. They are a lot of fun, and you can do some really cool stuff with them. And I would try them out with current requirements that you're getting from your project. See what they can do in your dev environment, obviously, but see what they can do and start getting your head around how they work, because they are really useful. Now, let me give you a quick example about why we don't do these things in non-dev environments. So a couple of months ago, I was giving this session, and while I was preparing, one of my plugins stopped working. And when I looked into the Dataverse Accelerator app, I had a bunch of red squiggly lines in the IntelliSense, and Microsoft had decided that set was no longer going to be supported in low-code plugins, and I had to change it all from set to patch. After that, I then went back the other day to get ready for this session, and it's changed back again. So now set is supported, and there's been some changes with patch, so I had to change everything back. So while the PowerFX team is working on this and getting it ready for GA, and GA, there's going to be some stuff that changes. And so, yeah, this is why we're careful about using preview features in production, because there's stuff that's going to change while they're getting it ready. Okay, we are ready to move on to the demo. So here's what we're going to cover off. We'll start off with the Dataverse Accelerator app. I'll take you through some of the new stuff that's available in there. We'll then take a look at instant plugins and how they work, automated plugins. We'll look at the new plugin monitoring feature, and then we'll wrap things up with Copilot Studio, and I'll show you low-code plugins working with Copilot Studio. All right, let me pop out of the presentation, and let's take a look at how these work. Let me first get rid of this Teams bar. There we go. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay. Let's start with the Dataverse Accelerator app. So this is the new updated Dataverse Accelerator app. If you've worked with this before, you'll know that the instant and automated plugins look familiar, but they've added some new stuff to it. We've got a plugin monitoring feature and an AI playground as well. So let's start with the instant plugins. So what we can do with instant plugins, this is the first one I ever built, fairly simple plugin. When we create an instant one, we've got the ability to just wait for this to load, but declare some input parameters. And we'll have an output parameter here in a second once this loads. There we go. So you can see my input and output parameters, and then just a basic operation here. I'm just going to I'm just going to sum two numbers together and stick it here in an output parameter. And so this is basically what's happening with an instant plugin. Now we can do much more complex things, but this is what the authoring screen looks like. Now we do have some options to pick the solution that we want it to go in and pick whether it's going to be a global or a table-bound plugin. But this is the basic authoring screen for an instant plugin. But as I said, we can do some much more complex things. We can call third-party connectors. Let me show you one that I haven't quite taken the wraps off this one yet, but I will be in a few days, to calculate working days. And so what I'm doing with this plugin is I take a bunch of input parameters, and I'm going to do a bunch of stuff, including calling an external connector and get a number of working days. So this is something that comes up all the time in project land, where we say we need to know how many working days are between date 1 and date 2. So what I'm doing in this plugin is I'm going to start with creating a table of dates between my start and end date. So that's what I'm doing here. I create this table. The next thing I need to do is I need to know within this table how many days are non-weekend days. And so I'm doing that in my next operation here, working out which of these days are not a weekend. And then I move on to pulling in the public holidays. Now this is where my connector comes in, and you can see I've got a connector here, and I'm able to search the public holidays based on a country and a year. And I'm searching to say, of the public holidays that came back, are any in this range of dates that I've computed, that I've gotten from my start and end dates. And then lastly, kind of the main plugin operation is to say, take the number of non-weekend days in my date range and subtract that from the number of public holidays you found in that date range, and that gives me a number. So again, you can do some pretty complex stuff. So you can see here, we get all of the connections that you've got in your Power Platform environment available to you. You can use custom connectors. They are kind of fiddly. I've found they don't work super well, but all the standard Dataverse connectors Power Platform connectors will work. And so they're all here available to you. You can just copy paste it in. So that's the instant plugin. What about the automated ones? Well, again, the automated ones are going to run based on a CRUD operation in Dataverse. Let me show you this one. We'll get in, and I'll show you these in action in a couple of minutes here. The authoring screen looks a little bit different. So again, we've got to bind it to a table. We pick the create, update, or delete that triggers this plugin on that table to run. And then we write our PowerFX expression. Now this one's just going to pull going to call a bunch of connectors and stick data on a row. And I can work with this data and manipulate it a bit. So for example, setting the name, I can use an interpolated string to say, I call this plugin connection test, and then count the rows in this table. and append that to the string. And then I've got some connectors here, grabbing chokes and weather conditions and Ron Swanson quotes. And again, I can use an interpolated string to stick Swanson says before the Ron Swanson quote. Now with these, I can pick whether they run pre or post operation, and I can pick the solution to drop it into as well when I'm creating it. So that's the automated plugin. All right, moving on. Let's take a quick look at plugin monitoring. So this is a new feature that was just released. And you can see I've been testing things a bit today, and it lets me dive in and see the plugin history. I did have there were some failures earlier today, but it doesn't look like it retains those. Oh, here we go. Take a look at a failure, and it gives me a bit of detail around the plugin failure. I can copy paste this out to stick it in a notepad. So that's the monitoring feature that's available. Gives you a nice way to see how your plugins are running and any errors. All right, and last thing we'll take a look at before we move on to see these things in action is the API Playground. Now, this is something that's just come out in the last few weeks, and it is in the process of populating across Dataverse environments. So the first thing you can do is you can work with custom APIs. So these are going to go in here, and we'll see, you'll get a list of these. You'll see all of the out-of-the-box custom actions from Microsoft, and any pro code custom APIs that you build are available here for you to work with and test. So that's available to you. The other thing is the OData request. So we can work with the web API and run queries and do all kinds of things. So you can run everything from get to post to patch. Now, when I was playing with this earlier this week, I did notice that patch and post and put would actually do things in my Dataverse environment. I'm not sure if that's a bug or not, but do be careful. Get will just let you query the data. So if I say, let's get the accounts, and it's already pre-populated with the org that I'm in, and you can see it gives me a list of accounts and all their attributes. So you can test out web API queries in the Dataverse Accelerator app. The last thing is we've got a new interface to test our instant plugins. So if you've used the Dataverse Accelerator app previously, you may recall that in the authoring screen, there was an ability to run tests. Now we've got this slick new interface that lets us see a drop down, so we can see all of our instant plugins. And if we want to go and run a test, we can do that. I'll show you, just take a look at one of the other ones. Let's run one of the more complex plugins. So if we run the working days one, say for 2024 for New Zealand, and let's say from today to the end of August, let's see how many working days there are. And it says there's 25 working days in New Zealand between today and the end of August, based on the input and output dates. So this lets us test our custom APIs to see, is this working? Is this doing what I would expect it to do? So a pretty cool new feature from the Dataverse Accelerator team. All right, but let's see these plugins in action. Let's see this. Let's move over to a Canvas app, and I will show you these things working. So let's start with just some basic addition. Just play the app. Actually, I'll show you the calculation, and you can see that that's run. And so the way you call it is just here. There's a table called environment, and this lets you access your instant plugins. So both low code as well as any custom APIs or pro code that you've written. And so you access that here. I'll just show you. And this gives you a list. And so you can see we've got all of the out-of-the-box Microsoft plugins that are available to us to call, as well as we'll get down here to the low-code ones that I've created in the Dataverse Accelerator app. So this is a great way to create a library of business logic that is available to people to create in their apps. All right, so those are the instant plugins. I'll just quickly show you one more. This one's hooked up to a custom connector, and it's going to get a piece of random trivia. Wait for that to run. There we go. And you see that we got a piece of random trivia. Now you might say with the connectors, why do I need a plugin for that? Couldn't I just use a connector in my Canvas app? And the key phrase here to keep in the back of your mind would be synchronous. So when you need synchronous logic, that's when you're going to use a low-code plugin. All right, let's move on to working with Power Automate. One of the questions that I've received a few times is, actually, no, let's first start with the automated ones and we'll move on to Power Automate. So, all right, I've got a table here called PFX tests. And if you might recall, we've got a plugin that runs when these are created. And what it's going to do is when this is created, it's going to go away and it's going to set the name based on the number of rows in the table. It's going to give us a joke. It's going to get us the weather conditions, and it's going to give us a Ron Swanson quote. Now, the random trivia one I've commented out because it was giving me errors last night, so I've commented that out. But let's go ahead and create a new one, and it should be called 21 once it's done running. So let's go ahead and create this. So let's get the weather for Auckland. Got everything here. Let's go ahead and save. Okay, so you see we've got a terrible dad joke. We've got a Swanson quote. We've got the weather here in Auckland, mostly sunny, and it has given us the correct number for the name, 21, and there's 21 rows in here. Now, one thing I will mention is when you are using count rows to set something like a name, you want to be really careful of whether this plugin runs pre or post operation. This one's running post operation. If it was running pre-operation, this would have set the name as plugin connection test number 20, because when you're running pre-operation, that record hasn't been created yet. So that count rows isn't going to see this row that we're creating as part of the plugin. So it's something to be cognizant of if you're new to the world of plugins and pre and post operation. So that's an instant plugin, that's an automated plugin in action in a Dataverse environment. So you see it just runs and does what we need it to do. In this case, grabbing external data and setting some columns in Dataverse. But let's kick this up another notch. Let's take a look at how this can work with Power Automate, because one of the things that, as I showed this off over the last year, one of the questions I frequently got was, can these be run asynchronously? Can they call Power Automate? And the answer is yes. So low-code plugins run synchronously. In the world of pro-code plugins, sometimes you run them asynchronously versus synchronously. And what we can do with Power Automate is we can actually use this to call these in an asynchronous way. So I've got a flow here, and what this does is it's triggered when I add a row to my test. I've got a table called test table because I can't spell chrysanthemum. And when this gets added, it kicks off and it's going to go and it's going to run a bunch of these low-code plugins. So it's going to set a name, it's going to give me some random trivia, and it's just going to do a calculation. I just created this to show that we can do it. The idea being that we're using Power Automate as this orchestration engine to do different things with low-code plugins. One of the ideas I've been kind of experimenting with and thinking about is this concept of how can we be conservative with our web API calls in Power Automate if we need to do some heavy lifting in Dataverse. And one of the ways we could is we can use it to call low-code plugins to go do some of the heavy lifting for us in a controlled and orchestrated way. So let's go and add one of these test table rows and see this flow in action. Here we go, test table. Let's add a new one. Again, let's choose Auckland weather. Yes, and let's go ahead and save this. Now we'll get a name here. There's an automated plugin that's setting that, but come here and take a look at the flow, which should be running shortly. There we go. All right, that flow is run. And so when I refresh this, we should see some random trivia. All right, so it's updated the name correctly. It's added these numbers together. It's given us a piece of random trivia. So this was 3 different plugins being orchestrated by Power Automate. And you can see that we've got the correct name in the count rows. So that's one of the ways that you can interact with low-code plugins and Power Automate. Now, the other way around is, what if I want to call a flow from a low-code plugin? What if I have async logic, but I want to call it synchronously? In Power Automate, there is a trigger called when an action is performed. And basically that's what an instant plugin is. And so when I trigger this action, when this action is performed, it triggers this flow to go and run. Now, I've set this up to be really simple. All it's going to do is, from this I've got this plugin called Create Sales Invoice from Order. And what it does is it simply sticks a timestamp on the row. So let me show you this in action. Let's come over here to the model-driven app, go to our sales order. All right, so this is my row, and let me just clear out the timestamp. All right, so what that plugin's going to do is it's going to stick a invoice here. The plugin's going to stick an invoice here, and then the flow is going to give us a timestamp to show that it's done that. So let's pop back to our Canvas app, and let's go ahead and run this. Okay, that should be running. Over here and just make sure that that's been triggered.
Just a quick time check, Nathan. You have 5 minutes left.
Okay, cool. All right, we can see that Flow has given it a timestamp and it's created that row for us. So that's the plugin working with Power Automate. The last thing I'll show you is this working in Copilot Studio. So in Copilot Studio, we've got the ability to add actions. Now, this is still a preview feature, but you can add your low-code plugins this way. Now, the one thing you'll have to be, you'll see this in a second when this loads. If your low-code plugin has input parameters, you're going to get errors. And so this one is just not going to work for us at the moment. But if your low-code plugin does not have input parameters, then you can use these in Copilot Studio. So for example, if we want to get a Ron Swanson quote, we can run this, we can call this plugin, and then we can output our response. So let's just do that. Give this a second to run. Takes a little bit of time. There we go. And so that the Copilot has triggered our low-code plugin. Again, as long as you don't have input parameters, then you can use them with Copilot Studio. I suspect this is something they'll be debugging as this feature gets closer to GA. All right, let's wrap things up. So, oops. All right, so when should you use a low-code or a traditional plugin? Well, it's a trick question. They're not GA yet, but traditional C# plugins are really the only responsible choice until this goes GA. Low-code plugins are great when I need synchronous logic and I don't have pro devs. anytime PowerFX supports what you're trying to do. You can't filter by attribute. You can't really sequence like you would with a traditional Procode plugin. I think you can have more than one automated plugin per table now. And again, if they are synchronous only. Traditional plugins, again, they're going to require ProDev support. Anything they're going to be your go-to for anything that isn't supported in PowerFX, and you can sequence them and filter by attributes. And one thing that is interesting is that they are a bit more performant than low-code plugins. So Rob Wood, who's a fast track architect in the UK, did a bit of research on this, and he found that the traditional plugins are, I think it's like 2 times more performant than low-code plugins. So that's something that I'm sure they'll be looking at as this gets close to GA. All right, some random tips and tricks. Be careful combining them with other automated processes like Cloudflows. If they disagree, you will get some failures, and debugging it can be a bit of a hassle. Custom connectors are really fiddly. You've got to add it to the default solution. If you're creating rows, you're going to use collect and not patch defaults. If you are working with strings, use string interpolation, not concatenate. Concatenate doesn't always play super nicely in low-code plugins. When you're troubleshooting, Canvas apps are your friend. Best way to work out, is this possible in PowerFX? If you're working with an external connector, Canvas apps are the best way to work out the parameters that connector needs. Width is your best friend whenever you need a variable, particularly in automated plugins. If you want 2 output parameters, you need to declare them in your expression, in your plugin, and this is the format for it. So you're going to have your first output parameter and formula, second output parameter. You do need premium licensing, i.e. Dataverse. The plugin executions contribute towards your service protection limits in Dataverse, but not towards web API calls. They use IO organization. And if you're using the AI functions, you will need AI builder credits. And that brings us to the end of our time together. So yeah, Dhrani, I don't know if we have time for any questions, but yeah, thank you all so much.
I'm not seeing any questions in the chat window. All good, Nathan.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks so much, everyone.
I just wanted to say a big thank you for amazing contributions to the Power Platform Classmates 2024 event, Nathan. Your role as a lead consultant at Capgemini and your insights as a Microsoft MVP really made a difference. Your session on low-code plugins was both eye-opening and inspiring. We truly appreciate the time and effort you put in sharing your expertise with us. Thanks for being such a valuable part of the event. We are looking forward to having you again in the future.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. And before passing on to the next speaker, big shout out to our sponsors, Vistlab and Fiat10 Technologies. Thank you for your support and for helping making this event possible. We really appreciate your contribution. So next up, we have the pleasure of introducing Raghavan Rajan. Raghavan, all the way from New Zealand, and is a true Power Pages guru, and he has made significant contributions to the Power Pages community, and also he is running the Auckland user group. As a Microsoft MVP, his expertise and dedications are truly inspiring. Please join me in welcoming Raghavan Rajan to the stage. Over to you, Raghavan.
Yeah, thank you, Dhanani. Thank you so much for having me in this session, and thank you to all the organizers. I truly appreciate all your efforts. I've been watching this Power Platform Classmates since the beginning, so I think it's a really good event what you guys are doing. And Nathan, I think kudos to you. I have a question, but I will reach out to you probably in offline, which is related to, because we are running out of time. Without further ado, we can start our session. Share my screen. Cool. Yeah, so my session is all about innovate with Copilot, next generation of Power Pages. I know like people are using Power Pages. Maybe the old name is Power Apps Portals. The rebranded name is Power Pages. And there is, after the AI was introduced, there is a recent shift, which is the new paradigm, which is how do you use Copilot and then bring, build the Power Pages very quickly. And there are so many new things the Power Platform team, the Power Pages team has introduced. So I'm going to walk you through a few of the key things which I believe very good productivity increase as well as the increase in efficiency. So the objective is so before we start, I just wanted to know so the audience and the organizers who are watching my session, if you can scan this QR code, and just wanted to know your opinion, like why you guys are here, maybe what interests you to actually join my session. So just give you like a few minutes. Maybe if you guys can scan the QR code, then we can get started. Good, thanks, Nathan. I can see, and there are like few things just coming up. Yeah, obviously for learning, and some of the sessions. The recent session I had in Auckland last month with the closed community group. So there were like few people, they were trying to shift their career from a totally different path, right? So, say for instance. They're not even into IT and they wanted to shift their career into IT. So is it possible? Something like that, right? So these are all like possible scenarios. Obviously, like learning is one of the thing, and yeah, level up my skills, which is all good. So we can move on. What's happening? Yeah. Learn Power Pages from expert. Yeah, it's all good. So on top of that, just need to highlight a very quick thing, which is so I did a little search in Seek, which is Seek is like a job search platform similar to like Naukri and some Indian-based website. So this is one of the popular things. So in Seek, you can, if you just search a Power Platform and search for New Zealand, so there are 100 jobs as of yesterday, right? So 100 jobs currently open like within New Zealand. So it consists of all different technologies within Power Platform, and especially like Power Pages is also included as a pack, right? And also like if you do another search within Australia, there are like around 300 plus jobs available in Australia with like a high package, right? So if anyone wants to switch, it's a pack, but overall like Power Pages is also contributing to Power Platform, right? And instead of going through agenda, so it's not like the session where you can just know the theory and then go away. So I would like to do like a more specific, similar to what Nathan has done, like show a demo hands-on, like what exactly it is and where this Power Pages sits in the Power Platform, and then some of the high-level things what Microsoft has created for us using AI and Copilot. Some of the things I have skipped, maybe I want you guys to go and explore like what is happening here in this area. So we'll go with one of the start by the first objective, which is the where this Power Platform will sit. So at the end of the session, my aim is to actually give you guys like what is this Power Pages, how it is related to Dataverse, also like how you can build a data-driven website using Power Pages. So obviously, like a Power Pages is a relational database; it's more than a SQL, and also especially using Copilot. So that is my session is all about. So using Copilot, how quickly you can build your enterprise website, right? without spending too much time, right? So this is my little intro. So as Dharani mentioned, so I'm a user group leader for Auckland Power Platform User Group. Along with me, Jiva is also co-organizing the leader group, and also these are my social handles. I'm a solution architect in Downer, right? So primarily focused on Power Pages as well as other Power Platform products. So we begin with where is this Power Pages, sits in the Power Platform. And this is a high-level ecosystem. My apologies if there is a recent rebrand in the Power Virtual Agents, but you got the idea. So Power Pages, where you can see there is an circle highlighted here. So especially focused on internal as well as external websites, right? So that is the core aim of the Power Pages, where you can serve most of the things through web application, and it is actually backed up by the Dataverse and also obviously PowerFX and all other innovative products by Power Platform. So that is really a good thing. And just need to do like a little more highlight here. In the past, if you look at the traditional custom web development against the Power Pages, or maybe SharePoint against Power Pages, there are big differences, right? So one is it is low code, no code when compared to SharePoint. And also SharePoint does offer guest user access, but not exactly or granular to how Power Pages is offering. So there are internal and then anonymous and external users can access the Power Pages without any trouble using their secure identity authentication, right? So which is possible, and also you can do the Power BI embedding within the Power Pages area. So these are all now possible through Power Pages. So that is why it is a bit different from all other products, and especially focused on targeting the enterprise, right, and the small business. So just to give you a little glimpse, which is you can see there is an environment and there is Power Pages Studio. So I will walk you through where it sits, and there is a model-driven app which is backed up. Behind the scenes. So there is something called portal management, where when you create a Power Pages site, there is an additional um, the first party app which comes in place, where you can use that and then configure so many things out of the box, right? And also, as I said, the green layer where you can see, which is a Dataverse, so it's mostly data driven. And with the recent changes, Power Pages is now supporting virtual tables, which means you can include or bring any of your external databases as well, things like SQL, MongoDB, or Cosmos DB, anything else. On top of everything else, behind the scene, everything is hosted back in Azure, right? So Azure is the key thing, where when you create Power Pages, eventually there is a web app created behind the scene. So and so many other things which is hidden for us, but the Microsoft people is aware of what they are doing in this area. So for us, the message is it's backed up in the Azure, right? So we'll start with this, the objective 2 and 3, which is how do you create AI-generated sites and pages, and how you can actually do the AI-powered text and code, right? So the first thing is a very quick thing, which is everything is again available in Microsoft Learn with a clear documentation, and if not, these are all like additional use cases for you, where you can see to create a site with the help of AI. You can see this is a good example, right? So build a website for public transportation of resident of city to view routes and fare. So if you type in this prompt, so it's all about learning the prompt, right? So the prompt is the key thing, where if you know like what you are doing in this area, then you can cleverly craft a good prompt and then just type it in there. So I will walk you through very quickly after this model. When I finish this, then you can see, like, if you want to follow along, you can do the same thing as well on your PC. So all you need is a developer environment and then a little bit of the prompt engineering knowledge to create your first Power Pages site, right? So it can be for anything, and then as soon as you hit this send button, then the Power Pages behind the scene along with the Copilot will go and create your first site. right? So that's one thing. And then the other thing what the Microsoft is currently offering, which is not only you can create a site, you can also create the pages depending on your website themes, right? So let's say you are running a small dairy shop and you want like a website for your dairy shop, and you created your site and you don't know like what are the pages you want to create. So in that case, you can also use a Copilot, which is coming as a free offering currently. So where you can see some of the prompts here, where you can type in, I want a FAQ site for my dairy shop. Then it can go and create a page for you instantly, right? So which is really cool. And I feel like I don't need to spend too much time on this, where you know, like spending or maybe creating an creativity or maybe generating a text, so which is actually saving a time, so which is also a good thing. And the third one, which I would like to highlight, so not only like creating a pages, if you want to create a AI generated text using a Copilot, which is also possible, right? So I'm going to walk you through all these things just after this module. Then we can go one by one and then jump into, you know, the other areas what Copilot is offering. And the final piece in this module is not only that. So say for instance, you want to generate like a piece of JavaScript validation to validate your phone number. So there is a, let's assume there is a the phone number text box where you don't want your customers to enter any kind of text in that area. So if you are not from a coding background, then there is a high possibility where you can use this Copilot and then you can generate a JavaScript for your pages without writing any piece of code, and then drag and drop that code within the Power Pages forms or whatever it is. Then it can validate instantly. So these are all like a good offering. So let me take you to the actual site. Again, at any point, if you have any questions, feel free to come off from mute, as well as you know, like you can post the questions in the chat. The organizers can help. So this is currently I am in make.powerpages.microsoft.com. And this, like, let's say if you want to start with a very basic thing, like you want to create a site for your event. So this is my prompt. So I created a prompt already. So build a website for Power Platform Classmate events and allow learners and students to subscribe, right? So which is a very basic thing. So what the Power Platform Classmates, you know, the organizers have, Dharani mentioned just now, like they created a website for their events thing. So which is now possible through Power Pages itself. So which is like eating your own dog food. So if you want to create your, you know, the event page, then you can actually build this straight from here. Then as soon as I hit the send button, then you can see like the engine behind the scenes started working, and then you can name this whatever you want. Let's say Power Platform Classmates. Portal.com. And then always like you have the option to, you know, like change the custom domain at some point. So you can see, so this is the magic, right? So instantly, so in the past, you don't know like what is the theme, how is your landing page will look like. You need obviously like, you know, a UI or UX designer to build your stuffs, and you need to design accordingly, right? So now AI is now helping us to design our event instantly without thinking too much, right? So it's not like reducing the power, it is like increasing your brain efficiency through the prompt engineering, right? So you can see it. So these are all, so if you feel this looks really good, then you can hit next. And if you don't feel no, I don't like this layout at any point. So there is an option here at the bottom where you can hit the try again, right? So I'm happy with this currently, and I'm going to hit next. And this is an additional good thing, right? So you can see for my web app or a website, so it has created all other different pages, which is like about us, contact us, and then there is an event calendar. This is what we want, and there is a subscription along with the gallery. So what we are doing, right? So this is phenomenal. Like I like this entire idea of how to improve this productivity thing. And if you're happy with this, click done. And like instantly, it will take a very few minutes as long as like you are running in a good internet connectivity as well as in the enhanced data model, which is the new thing. Then it will create a site for you instantly. I will leave few seconds, then we can jump back there. So basically the concept is like in the past with the Power Apps portal, so you need to go and design this at the same time, you need to think all about the UI, UX and what are my pages, etc. Right. So now this is making our job totally easy. So in the meantime, I can see a question from Bilal. Yeah, portal management is retiring and we should use Power Pages management, right? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So again, for me, because we are from technical backgrounds, there is no big difference. It's just a name change. So either it's a portal management or Power Pages management, it's still a model-driven app. So that's the first part here. So they changed few things, but behind the scene, it's all the same. So it is connected to Dataverse. So now you can see this magic. So the site has been created for me, and you can see the pages. I see like some of the pages are missing. Maybe it is creating behind the scene. We can leave it for a few minutes. And if you're happy with that, you can always like press sync and then go to preview, like how your website will be. Yeah, so it will take usually like few seconds. And if you hit preview mode, then you can jump back here. So, with my slides, so one of the other thing is I want to create a new page. So I say like create a FAQ page for my event. Let's say, so this is an, again, basic example. So I want a FAQ page like frequently asked questions. I don't have any idea what other questions will be. So this can be, like one of the good thing. So you can create this FAQ page instantly. And then you can see there is a new page created, event FAQ. And if you like this, you can see there are question 1, question 2, some layout. So you got this idea of where you need to start and how you can design your page. So I'm just saying, okay, with this, at any point you don't like this, you can go back. So there is an undo option, and you can always have the, the option to edit this using your code knowledge or maybe with your design knowledge through the what you see is what you get edited, right? So that is also possible. And the other thing I wanted to show with my thing is like if you want to, let's go back to the home page. So if you want to put a piece of JavaScript at any point of time, so you can hit this edit code and then open in Visual Studio Code. So what it does is currently like it is taking you to the backend, which is like the code editor, where if you're familiar with VS Code, you can see at the bottom there is fetching your file. So it will ask you for your secure authentication consent. If you are happy with that, then it will show all your code behind the scene, which contains of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Right, so press allow with your consent and yeah, authenticate with your login. Then it will bring you this the backend piece, and where you can see there is a Copilot or a Power Platform at the bottom, and you can also see a prompt coming up, try Copilot for Power Pages. So if you hit this, basically like so you have prompted with all this instant prompts. So you can see this is a good example, right? So you are not from a coding background, so you don't know how to apply this validation. then you can pick this prompt or write your own prompt. So write a JavaScript code for form field validation to check phone field values in the valid format. Yeah, I like this prompt. And as soon as you hit this, then it will provide you the JavaScript sample. But one little hint I would like to highlight here, which is always like you need to choose the page where you want to apply this JavaScript, right? So if I choose a different page, then it can actually understand the context of the page and the data behind the scene. Right, so you can see this is really good. So it actually like written a whole lot of the validation rules with just by using the JavaScript or a jQuery. So you can copy this and then you can apply this in the JS area where you can apply and then hit sync. So which is one very good option. And the other thing with my demo is so just in case if you want to generate a text here, click on add a text and then just choose any column. So so there are you can go like as creative you want. So all I'm going to say is so I want to describe the benefits of attending the event, right? And then if you say, yeah, so this is, I'm happy with this, and then you can make it as a professional, and then so there are some tones where you can play with it. And then you can say like, yeah, I'm happy with this, highlight the advantages of participating. So you can go as creative you can, and then when you say like add to page, then the text will be added. So you can also increase the text length, and you can play with so many things, right? So this is what we have learned just now is how to create a site using AI, and then how to create a page using AI through the Copilot, and how to generate a text using AI, which is the Copilot. So this is what we have seen. And the other thing what we have done here is adding a JavaScript just by using Copilot. So applying a validation field, right? So I will switch back to my presentation again and show a few little more things. Cool. So with this audience, if you are watching along, so I would like you to answer this, please. Like if anyone is interested, as I said, like I'm not going to cover the complete Microsoft Learn article, so we can go a little bit creative here. So if anyone can answer in the chat or come off the mute, so do you think, with this Copilot integration, whether you can generate a theme using Copilot? True, yeah. And any more? No, it's not a trick question either. It's a simple one. Yeah, because you can see the JavaScript has been generated. Any more take? Like anyone wants to try? Yeah. So usually, like the Copilot is now the whole new paradigm, which is helping us to think totally out of the box. Not only in writing JavaScript, you can also like create a themes, colors, whatever it is, just through Copilot, right? So which is all possible. So the answer is true, which is correct. And the next thing I would like to highlight is with the objective. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And so you can also you can utilize the Copilot for any of your assistants, right? So when I say assistants in the past, if you want to know anything about, the specific thing where you want to learn about the product, either you do the Google search or, ask in the forum and maybe wait for some expertise to come back and, search in the Microsoft Learn. So those are all like old era, right? So the new era, which is where you can see where you hit this Copilot, you start with ask. So there is a ask area where so the ask will generate so many new things, which is like so many innovative questions. And you can see like, where can I edit the JavaScript code of my site? So if you don't know where to start, how to learn, so this is like teaching assistant, right? So it will teach you straight away. This is where you go and do, rather than reading my document, right? And now it is showing you at the third message where it will point you where exactly you can write your JavaScript code using your VS Code editor, and there is a reference, which is really cool. And the other thing, which is the final one, so this was announced in Build, which is the generative search, enhanced search with generative AI. So so you can see an example here what Microsoft has done, which is a really cool thing, which is you can see you have your Power Pages site, and you have a number of articles, even if this is applicable for your CE as well. If you create a case, or like you have your knowledge base article, so there is a inbuilt search, the Dataverse search, which can help you to index few things. But now this is changing, as I said. So on top of the Copilot, so now they have integrated this enhanced search, where you can use this AI model to actually, do the indexing similar to vector indexing, totally like 100% fast. And then you can go and index and find all your pages if it is within this Power Apps, Power Pages area. Then not only that, if you have a table, like a Dataverse table along with columns and like million rows of data for your customer, it is clever enough to go and find the data itself, right? So I'm going to show the demo as well. Let's jump back to my the demo site. Cool. So I'm going to utilize the Microsoft the demo portal itself. So this is available for public use currently. So I'll put this link in the chat, just in case if anyone wants to try. So you don't need to build your site and then try this new thing, right? But I will show you how to configure this. So with our portal, the portal what we have created, if you head back to the setup area where you can see site search preview, right? So this is the new feature introduced just last month. And probably if you are not in some of the geolocations area, I think it's landed in Australia and US. Probably if you are from India, I'm really not sure, or maybe from Singapore, yes, you can get this thing. And the very little thing what you need to do is, you see enable keyword search, so toggle the switch on. Also the enable site search with generative AI preview. So there is a caution here, disclaimer, it's still in preview. I provided my feedback to the Microsoft product team. There are still some open bugs, which is really not, like it's there, nearly there, but not up to the stage of what we wanted to do. But it's really cool at the stage. So you need to enable these two switches, these two toggles, and then let's say like if I jump back to the data view, where you can see there are some tables, right? So let's say I want to use this contact, or maybe the FAQ. Yeah, I think FAQ, maybe it's not there. Yeah, I think contact is fine. Yeah, there are a few guys here. So so if any of your Dataverse table is actually added to your page, then you can actually source that through the search AI, which is the advanced intelligence AI. Right. So I'm going to go to the FAQ page. And then let's hit a new section. I think we don't need that. So let's jump back to the setup. And then site search. And you can also see refine your data at the bottom. So click on make changes. So this is a total game changer. And then you can pick your table. So if the table is within your Power Pages, it's whether in any form, like a list or maybe in a form of the forms, then you can pick this table, contact, and then say like these are all the columns I wanted to choose. So you can see currently it's not sourced anywhere, but you can still choose it. Like I want to list out and make a vector indexing based on all these columns, right? And then when you hit next, so now what will happen is it is similar to the Azure OpenAI, right? So if you had a chance to play with the Azure OpenAI, so it is more like adding your Dataverse table straight into the cognitive search, advanced searching along with the vector indexing. Now it is going to list, or maybe like the data what we have within the site. So this will go into the vector searching. So which means super fast, and you can search almost anything you want. So once you have done this, hit the sync button. It is not necessary, but sometimes like syncing will help you. So I'm not going to preview this. Instead, and jump back. I will jump back to this the Microsoft demo site, where you can see one of the good example is how can I apply for home improvement loans. I know like we can do the normal search, but at the same time, if you imagine your project has more than 100 articles, or imagine an enterprise company where they were running so many knowledge articles, then you don't have a chance to do this thing. Then when you hit the search button, because we enable site search, now what it does is this is a wonderful CSS transformation, right? Something they have done, which is really awesome, where you can see now it is actually searching the complete website along with all the articles, and you can see it's summarized by AA on the top. And then so this is what I want to know. How can I apply for home improvement loans? Then this is your steps, right? And the good thing is you can also see a reference. So there is a citation. This is coming exactly from this knowledge article. So let's say if you are running a CE portal along with the cases, so it can actually go and fetch all your cases as well, right? So which is really cool. And if you configure your Dataverse table, then these are all like you can do other good thing here. So which is like I tried a few examples here. You can see how to apply for a loan. Then you can go and search the complete Power Pages indexing. Then bring back you with the steps along with the references, right? So which is good. And one of the other good thing is if you have data here, like let's say I am a bank customer. I got a home loan, and I wanted to know like what are my upcoming payments and how much interest is pending, etc. So you can see currently I don't have a data to show, but if you do have a home loan with this bank, and you are doing your EMI, and you want to know like I want to pre-close at some point, so you don't need to ask your bank representative. Rather, you can go here and ask your bot. So this is where we configured this advanced searching, right? What's this? Yeah. Jump back here. So this is where we configured our refine your data search, right? So when you configure all those bank the Dataverse table, then it can actually bring your own data and tell you this is your pre-closure amount. So you can do that as well, which is good. And what is the other thing I wanted to show? Yeah, so those are all like a new enhancement Microsoft is offering. There is one more thing which I would like to tell you. I have not covered it in this session. If you guys are interested, then you can also generate a form, like a basic form or a multi-step form, just through Copilot, right? So when you hit add form, then the prompt will say you like you can generate the form just by asking a natural language, right? Yeah, so let's jump back. I don't know. Yeah, Let me stop and share again. So these are all a good enhancement. I feel like this is going to increase the productivity and efficiency of the Power Pages users. So I believe this session is really useful for you guys. I think with these new changes, anyone who is like not even tried a Power Pages so far, so this is a good chance to try and then learn really quick, right? So that's the idea. So with that in mind, I think I will open up for questions.
I think there was one question in the chat window. How do you automate testing for these pages, Raghavan?
Cool. Yeah, it's a good question. Whomever asked. Yeah, Pani. Yeah. Currently, there are no offered automated products from Microsoft, but there is no limitation. Like some of my colleagues in different companies, they were using Cypress to do the automation. So if you are interested, if you are a JavaScript-based automated testing guy, you can do a Cypress, or you can also do, if you are a Selenium-based guy, you can record a, like a Selenium recorder and then do some kind of automated testing, right? So which is possible, but I have seen some success in using Cypress automation. So I will post the link as well. So if you guys are interested, you can play around with Cypress, and there is a Cypress Studio as well, right? And if you are not worried about the payment, there is another product called Catalan Studio, so where you can automate almost any of the things, right, including Power Pages, which is a good thing. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. Cool. Nice. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Again, I would like to thank Dharani and all other organizers for giving me this opportunity. Feel like like it's a privilege to show what Power Pages and offering, and with the recent changes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Raghavan. Your insights as a Power Pages guru and Microsoft MVP have been incredibly valuable. We really appreciate your contributions to the community and the time you have spent with us. Thanks again being for part of this event, Raghavan.
Thanks, Dharani.
Before passing on to the next speaker, a big shout out to our sponsors, Wislab and Phaeton Technologies. Thank you for your support and for helping making this event possible. We really appreciate your contribution to this event. Next, we have the privilege of hearing from a remarkable keynote speaker, Elizabeth Peperaldo. Elizabeth is the Community Program Manager for APAC at Microsoft. In her role, she is dedicated to building and nurturing vibrant communities across the region, driving engagement and supporting Microsoft ecosystem. Her passion for connecting people and her expertise in community management make a key figure in fostering collaboration and innovation. Elizabeth's work not only strengthens the connections within the Microsoft community, but also empowers individuals and organizations to leverage Microsoft technologies effectively. Her insights and experience are invaluable, and we are thrilled to have her here on today. Let us give a warm welcome to Elizabeth.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Dharani. It's great to see you all today. What I might do is I will share my screen and start my presentation. Now, I'm non-technical, so my presentation isn't going to be a demo, or we're not going to be diving deep into tech. But I will kind of give some perspectives on where we're at with our work trend skills. And as Rani mentioned, I'm the community manager, and there's communities that I look after. And if you're interested in being part of these communities or growing yourself as a thought leader, I'm going to talk about our MVP program. But I can't see my slides, so I don't know what's happening. So I might just try again. I think this might work now. Yes, now I'm seeing the yes, it's loading. Perfect. All right. So hopefully you can see that. I think that might be better. So yeah, so I guess just to give an overview, can I just get a thumbs up as well if you can see my screen, my slides? But just an overview. So as a community manager, there's 3 main communities that I look after. Great, you can see my screen. Awesome. All right, so the first one is our Microsoft Learn student ambassadors, and these are university students who are really interested in building their tech career skills within the Microsoft ecosystem, but also build themselves as community leaders. And then our next community that I look after is our Microsoft Most Valuable Professionals, which we have a lot of MVPs in this core, and really events like this wouldn't be made possible without our community leaders and our MVPs. And so MVPs are recognized by Microsoft. They're awarded because of the contributions that they make in the community in empowering those to learn their tech skills, to learn the Microsoft ecosystem, and just to really solve problems using technology. And they're doing that all out of the goodness of their heart and in their free time. So we like to acknowledge those outstanding leaders, and we have a program that we put our MVPs through as well for 12 months of the year. And then our next community is regional directors, which are like our C-level executives. They kind of lean into their business acumen, their cross-technology experience, their influence to really advise Microsoft on the direction of our products and our tools. And they're a really elite group, and there's about 200 regional directors around the world. But what all our communities have in common, which is what I love, is I mentioned they're really passionate to give back to the community. And as you can see here, our communities give in all different ways. Our community leaders, sorry, they give in different ways. My mouse is, I don't know, I've got the cursor on, but it's just moving by itself, which is looking really weird. Or maybe that's someone else's cursor. I think that might be someone else. I'm not sure what's going on, but the mouse is moving and I'm not moving my mouse. I might just stop that. There's gremlins in Teams today. So going back to how our community leaders contribute. So everyone's really unique in how they give. Some love to organize events and speak at events as well. They're creating open source content. They're maybe producing content on YouTube or via blogs. There's so many different ways that people give. So that's the communities that I look after, and I empower our leaders to give back to the community. So for my presentation today, I kind of just wanted to ground ourselves into where we at in terms of our skills in the world. And we've all heard about AI, and I kind of wanted just to start with a really fun video to see how far we've come in terms of automation with PC. So I have this video here. It's actually the ad for Excel, which I thought was fun to watch because when I first saw it, I giggled so much. I loved it. And it kind of gives us context and grounds us in terms of where we are now in 2024 with everything. So hopefully you can hear this. It goes for a few minutes. So sit back and enjoy. Let me know if you can hear it. Hopefully it's all right. Give me a thumbs up. Perfect. Alrighty. So you can see how far we've come from automation with Excel, and now we've got AI helping us and Copilot, which I'm sure you'll hear about today, if not already. So I thought I would kind of give us some an update on our Work Trends Index report that Microsoft and LinkedIn did earlier this year. They looked at over 31,000 people across LinkedIn and across productivity patterns from Microsoft M365 to see what the trends were when it comes to skills. And there were 3 findings that came out of the report. And first, employees want AI at work, and they're not waiting for companies to catch up. Second is AI power users are shaping our workdays, and they're showing what is possible when organizations empower people to use AI. And the third one is for employees, AI raises the bar and breaks the career ceiling. And the career ceiling is like a metaphorical expression for the limitations that one might feel when it comes to growing in their career. So AI is helping them break those barriers, those limitations to growing their career, which is super exciting. So yeah, the rise of AI. Oops. So the data shows that employees are overwhelmed and under pressure, and 68% of people say that they're struggling with the pace of work, the volume of work, and 46% are actually feeling burnt out. 60% of the time is spent on emails, chats, and documentations, and only 40% of time are actually creating work. So employees are not waiting for companies to adopt AI. They're coming in and they're bringing it themselves, which I think is an important realization for leaders as well, that they need to be taking the charge. But in the survey, 75%, in the findings, 75% of knowledge workers say that they're using AI tools at work, and the usage is nearly doubling over the last 6 months. So more people are adopting AI in their work processes as well. 78% of employees are bringing their own tools to work. So they're not waiting for their companies to adopt it. And the bringing your own AI to work thing, you can see in the graph here, Generation Z is kind of leading the charge at 85%. But I guess it's pretty high across the board, across all kind of generations. And they're keen to adopt it and keen to see how AI can really help them become more efficient in their work processes, and perform better as an employee. All right, so while 79% of leaders believe that AI is it's imperative for business to stay competitive, surprisingly, 60% say their organizations lack a plan and vision to implement it. And we found that 59% worry about quantifying the productivity gains of AI. And the pressure to show immediate return on investment is making leaders move slowly. Even in, when AI is inevitable, it's coming, it's here, we need to sort of adapt with it. We've come to the hard part of any tech disruption, moving past the experimentation phase, and now we need to be more in that business transformation phase as well. Just as we saw with cloud and mobile computing, business transformation comes with broad adoption as well. Organizations that apply AI to drive growth, manage costs, and deliver greater value to customers will definitely be ahead. And I guess this is for everyone here. Like, there is a huge competitive advantage when it comes to adopting AI as technology professionals, and possibly having that influence as well with our leaders. And that could really drive and accelerate your career as well if you're leading the charge in that space. Our research reveals a spectrum of AI use at work, from the skeptics who rarely use AI to the power users who are using it extensively. And compared to the skeptics, power users have reorientated their workdays in fundamental ways, saving over 30 minutes per day through their use of generative AI. That's over 10 hours a month, so that's quite significant. And they're realizing the benefits. Over 90% of power users say that AI makes their overwhelming workload more manageable. It helps them focus on more fulfilling work and makes them enjoy their work more, which is fantastic. And we see in the data that power users are born, they're not made. So with new habits and organizational support, we can accelerate that as well. And when compared to other survey respondents, they're more likely to pause before a task and to ask themselves if AI can help. And I really love that. It's really exercising that growth mindset. I know definitely within Microsoft, we have that growth mindset. So looking at ways to make more of an impact with AI is the way forward. And they're sticking with it. And they keep trying. If they don't get the ideal response the first time, they're trying again. And so they're kind of also experimenting still with it too, which is great, but they're not stopping. They're trying to adapt and pivot to make AI work for them as well. And yeah, we talked about sort of the AI mindset shift. So power users are more likely to experiment with AI. They're catching up using AI. It's helping them with brainstorming and finding solutions as well. And we also found that a lot of these power users are starting their day with AI and also ending their day with AI. So they're really integrating it across their workday in so many different ways. And in a competitive job market, bringing a growth mindset and learning how to use AI at work gives candidates a leg up over those who don't. And professionals are catching up. Professionals are catching up and have been brushing up on their AI aptitude at a rapid rate as well. And we're kind of seeing like it's those more creative subjects that are really adopting it. So content writing, we've got graphic designer, both at the top there, marketing managers. So when it comes to content creation and really making content for end users, they're seeing the benefits of AI helping them there. As of late last year, we've seen 142x increase in professionals adding AI skills. So that's definitely come through LinkedIn. And they're also seeing in the last 6 months alone, 160% increase in non-technical professionals taking those LinkedIn learning courses around AI aptitude as well. So it's great to see those those non-techies looking at ways to adapt AI as well. And I think ourselves, we can definitely empower those to be experimenting and exploring how they can leverage AI in their work processes as well. I think that's a really exciting job that we all can play. This is what I love, the next slide. So I work a lot with our student communities, as I mentioned in the beginning, and I think what I've observed is students in particular, I think they're worried that AI, I think it's always been challenging when you're university and you're ready to graduate, you kind of have that, I guess, lack of confidence that you don't have the experience and you're up against those that are experienced in the workforce. And because they're graduates, they haven't had a chance to work yet. And I think they have that struggle. And now what I'm hearing from students is like, AI is going to take my job, or how am I going to compete now with AI roles, right? But this is really, really interesting. And I guess all of us, no matter where we are on the career ladder, we all can really, I guess, take advantage of the AI revolution and make AI our competitive advantage. And so these statistics are really cool. So 77% of leaders say early in career talent will get greater responsibilities with AI. I think that's absolutely exciting, and it's great to see 77% of leaders say that. Leaders are more likely to hire a less experienced candidate with AI skills than a more experienced candidate with no AI skills. And that was from 71% of leaders. And 66% of leaders say they would not hire anyone without AI skills. So by sort of being here today and being part of the Power Platform Classmates 2024 event, I'm sure AI, Copilot, automation, it's all going to be coming up as a theme in these presentations, and you're all in the right place, and it's great to see that you're investing in your skills, your technical skills, and see how you can really leverage AI as your competitive edge as well. So we know AI skills are in demand, and we're looking at ways to, how can we acquire them? We've touched on how these skills can lead to job security and career advancement as well. Also, the top AI skills needed for 2024 and are not just programming, working with large language models like APIs. I think when I think about like across industry, it's also having new skills around like prompt engineering for chatbots and how we use AI. And I think as professionals, we've got to maybe showcase other skills now, and that comes around sort of intellectual curiosity and that critical thinking, because AI can't do that. So I think that's where we can also develop ourselves as professionals and really showcase those skills as well when we're looking for job promotions or new jobs as well. So leveraging those skills that AI definitely can't provide, and that will make us stand out from the pack as well. I remember when I was like starting my career, we started off with that video on Excel, and my skills there were like proficient in Excel, proficient in Word, excellent in Outlook, and now I've updated my CV to say like prompt engineering, generative AI. So there's some little tips as well that you can take on, but you're really refreshing your skills in your CV, I think could really help. So what can you do to keep up with AI, to sort of be at the top of the changes and the development and advancements, and how can you be sort of that leader in this space? Well, I think being here is absolutely fantastic. So it's great that you're investing in your learning and you're around industry experts like our MVPs and all our speakers today from Microsoft and from industry. Learn from them, ask them questions, network with them. Even like go on LinkedIn and share your learnings from today. And when you're sharing your knowledge with others as well, it's you're showcasing your thought leadership too, and you're also building your network. So it's great that you're here, and let people know what you've learned. We might have already touched on this in an earlier session, but I guess this Microsoft Learn now has the Copilot Learning Hub that we launched a couple of months ago. So it's fairly new, but we're trying to sort of spread the word about it because it's such a great resource when it comes to building your Copilot skills and how to really leverage Copilot for you in your workplace. So, the QR code's there, there's the link there as well. But when you explore the hub, it was really created to empower people to put Microsoft Copilot to work. So it's a really great resource because you can go in and you can actually help find content related to your career goals and the specific job roles that you want to have particularly. So when you go in, as you can see here, like if you're a student, there's a student section. if you have a particular domain in tech, you can even go in there. If you're a startup founder, even if you're an entrepreneur and you don't know where to start, we've got a section for you as well. So I guess it's a really great resource to share with your colleagues as well, and for you to explore. And it's going to keep being updated. This is going to be constantly changing. Copilot, we're growing. So always come back because we've got so much for you to learn as well. And I guess I just wanted to touch for the last few minutes of my presentation. So I do look after our most valuable professional communities, and I wanted to touch on this today because as you go through your profession and you're thinking about how can you grow your career and and also like grow your AI skills, there could be an opportunity for you to position yourself as a community leader and grow your career, establish yourself as a particular thought leader in a particular space. And I guess the MVP program could be an opportunity that you might align with and potentially be recognized in as a leader in a certain area of the Microsoft ecosystem. So I thought I'd quickly touch on this today. Again, we've got MVPs in this course, so you can always reach out to them because it's always great to hear their perspectives. I come from inside of Microsoft, but I mentioned earlier the award was created as a way of saying thanks to our leaders in the community who are doing really great impact and activities to really help empower people just to learn, to grow, and to really build their confidence with the Microsoft ecosystem, but also help people solve problems as well, because I know all of you are working on amazing projects that are really making an impact in this world. So who are our MVPs? Just for some context. So our MVPs have a deep knowledge on they tend to specialize in like a core category or a core area or product areas. So they've got a deep knowledge in particular Microsoft products or services. They're always at the forefront of new technology, of what's going on, and they're really excited to share that with other people. And they're driven by passion and community spirit. And I guess I like to say they've got like a tenacity. They just like keep going. They want to learn and just share that with everyone as well. So that's kind of who our MVPs are at the core. And what do our MVPs do? So they're advocates for Microsoft, essentially. I see them out in the community raising awareness about how people can really use the technology. But I guess in that process, they're not only developing themselves professionally, they're learning and then they're sharing their learnings with other people, but they're building their brand identity, I think, as well. This is not part of the program, but I have a marketing background. So I think it's a really great alignment for them to build their authority, to build their personal brand. And I think it could lead to really cool opportunities within the industry. Our MVPs also are really great at giving feedback as well. They're talking to customers, they're in the community, and they're able to share that directly with Microsoft, which is pretty special because they could potentially change or influence the direction of our products and services and really help scale that impact as well. And also they're building healthy communities. They're active, they're constantly showing up. And I think building healthy communities are really important for our professional development within the community as well. And that's how you share knowledge and you help answer each other's questions. So if you're thinking, I'd really be keen to like position myself as a thought leader. And if you do want to align yourself with Microsoft technology, you're probably thinking, how can I do that? Well, we actually have categories and I've got the website here. Hopefully you can click on the link. But if you go to mvp.microsoft.com, and it's a bit hard to find. The top link here is the direct link, but then this bottom link, so if there's a recording after, if someone's watching the recording, if you go to mvp.microsoft.com, there should be a tab that says like FAQs or questions. And then in that, there's a subheading that says technology award structures, something like that. And that will take you to this link up here. And it kind of goes through all the categories, our award categories. And then under our award categories, we've got what we call technology areas. So if you want to be recognized or position yourself as an AI thought leader, it will actually say like what comes under AI platform as an award category. So you can see what Microsoft is looking for when they award people in that category, and that might help you when you nominate yourself, or sorry, when you're nominated and you put your contributions forward for Microsoft to review, you can make sure you align very well. Or you can use this kind of as a North Star. If you one day aspire to be nominated, you can sort of align yourself that way, and that would help give you a standout application. But we are always looking for building our diversity of MVPs. We have about 3,500 around the world, but we love diversity. One area that, particularly in terms of our categories, that we could do better and more with is actually AI. We don't have too many AIs around the world compared to other categories that have, this program's been around for 20, 30 years. So we've got, for example, developer technologies is very high, but that's because of the nature of how technology's evolved, I think. So if you want to have a chat with me, you can. In the next slide, I'll actually bring up a link that you can use. And I know we're at time, so I'm really sorry. But these are just some ways that you can give. It's so, you can give to the community. It's so diverse. It's all up to you how you wish to give back and showcase your knowledge and skills. If you're thinking about how you can make an impact in the community, these are the questions I want to leave you with. So what impact can you make? And is there a gap in the community that you can fill? Because I think if you're trying to position yourself as a thought leader and you want to add value to a community, obviously you've got to do what you love. It's got to come from the heart, and you've got to have passion for it to do it on a regular basis and to build that healthy community. But we have MVPs that do all sorts of things, but for example, we have MVPs that create content in their local language, and maybe that's the gap that they want to fill. Or we have other MVPs that are really passionate about empowering women in tech or getting their certifications. So however you wish to give back to the community, it's really up to you. But my last slide, and I know I'm 1 minute over, so I'm really sorry, is I do host monthly information sessions on the MVP Award program. So you can go to the QR code or click on this link. There's my calendar, and I host it once a month. I think the next one from memory is, I think it's the last Wednesday of every month. So the next one's the 31st of July. Then if that's not available for you, then you can go to the next time slot, which will be at the end of August. But I can go through all that as well. So I know I'm at time, so I don't know if I have time for questions, but I'm just reading the chat now. I think, oh yeah, Kaneshe, I can definitely share the link with you on this as well. Perfect. All right, well, I know I'm at time, so I'm going to stop sharing. But if you have any questions, you can send me an email, add me on LinkedIn, and I'm more than happy to chat. But I hope everyone has a fantastic event, great session, and thank you once again to all our community leaders and our speakers just for giving your time to really empower the community. It's really appreciated.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for your fantastic contributions to the Power Platform Classmates 2024 event. Your insights as a community program manager for APAC were incredibly valuable, and we truly appreciate the time you took to share your knowledge and experiences with us. and your sessions were engaging and provided a lot of great takeaways for all of our audience. Thanks again for being part of this event. Thanks once again for all your help and support, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much.
So still the Singapore team is doing some infrastructure arrangement. So since while they are doing the infrastructure arrangement, I will quickly go through our slide. I'll quickly go through like who we are and what we do and what we are going to do it for today and tomorrow. So the Power Platform Classmates team has been formed in 2021. Since 2021, we started doing events. So this Power Platform Classmates event is an exciting gathering of all the enthusiasts and the professionals passionate about the Microsoft Power Platform, Azure, then Dynamics 365, now Copilot. This event provides an unique opportunity to connect, and you can share knowledge here and you can explore the latest advancements in the business applications area. So various keynotes, speeches will be delivered from the industry leaders and lots of interactive sessions. And we also conduct hands-on workshops, participants, and they can expand their skills and network with the like-minded individuals. And also they can discover innovative solutions to drive their business forward. So please join us for an unforgettable experience and be a part of a vibrant community pushing the boundaries of the technology. And here is the list of distinguished speakers for today. And here is the keynote speakers. So far, like Donna Sakar has done and Elizabeth has done. Now, next we have Harshita from Singapore. And Rory also going to deliver the keynote speaker. And here is the global organizers. And also our website is also ready now. I'll be sharing our website link in the chat window. And please feel free to go through our website, and you can join us through by scanning this QR code. If you wish to be part of your regional organizer, please scan this QR code and please feel free to join us. And you can help us in organizing the Power Platform Classmates in your local regional area. And we are available in various social media handle like Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, and website. Please feel free to scan this QR code and please feel free to join us to get all the event latest updates and the announcements. I will share all this link in the chat window. Please feel free to join us. And here is the quick agenda of today's and tomorrow's. So today, we have started with 9:30 and we are here at the fourth session, which has been completed now. The next session is going to be delivered by Harshita from Singapore. She will be starting soon. And today and tomorrow, it is a fully packed with lots and lots of Power Platform and Copilot contents. Please feel free to join the session through the Microsoft Teams link, which we are using it now. And for the day 2, we have a separate link that also I'll paste it in the chat window. Please feel free to join and gain the knowledge out of the sessions. And a big kudos and shout out to our sponsors, Wislab and Fiat Technologies, for making this event happen. Without this, Wislabs and Fiat Technologies will not be able to make this event happen at all. Thanks once again for sponsoring and supporting us. So let's wait for a few more seconds and then we'll start.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hi, Galag. Hello.
So we are just setting the some logistics arrangement and we'll get started soon.
Thanks, Archita, for the heads up.
Meanwhile, I just pull out my slide. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. A quick introduction about myself. My name is Harshita and I am the Business Applications Go-to-Market lead for Microsoft ASEAN, and I'm very excited to be speaking to the community today. So in this session, I'll be talking about the future of Copilot with Power Platform. What is a new trend? What is a new transformation that's coming in Power Platform with the Copilot? You know, we at Microsoft, we say Copilot is the future. So that is what you are going to see across all the offerings that we have, and we are very excited to share it with the community. So let me start with a quick trivia. Most of you would already know that Microsoft is a pioneer for productivity applications through our Office 365, M365 suite we have. You know, we are a leader in the cloud infrastructure space through Azure. What you may not know, and I'm very excited to share, is Microsoft is also a leader in enterprise-grade software across CRM, ERP, and low-code solutions built on 30 years of innovation. As we talk about our credentials, around the globe, we have more than 500,000 customers who are using Microsoft Business applications, either Dynamics 365 or the low-code platform. Almost all of the Fortune 500 companies are using business applications till date. In terms of comprehensive suite, we are world's #1 integrated CRM and ERP platform that is built on a single data platform. We were the first person to bring AI into role-based business extensions throughout CRM, ERP, and low-code applications. And very excited to share that we are world's #1 low-code platform across app development, RPA, automation, and other low-code capabilities. And it wouldn't be possible without the community. So thank you, a big shout out to the community for evangelizing the automation, evangelizing the great work that you do in the community for spreading Microsoft platform and help us grow. So moving on to the Power Platform, some of you might not know Power Platform, some of you might be gurus in Power Platform. So this is a low-code application development platform that allows you to create applications, automations, analytics, web pages, and even custom bots using low-code tools. It is #1 most adopted low-code platform. We have over 1,400 connectors, a number that we are very proud to share. It means even if our customers go all in with Power Platform, we can still connect to most of their existing investments. And even if there is some system to which we can't connect, you can very easily register an Azure endpoint and call it from your Power Platform. And now we are transforming everything in Power Platform through our Copilot first approach. Of late, we have been talking about different sections of developers and people who use Power Platform. One of them is no code. People like me who don't know how to do code, but may know the business. Then we have the low code, the people who can still use drag and drop interface and click applications. And then we have pro code people, the pro code developers who use tools like Visual Studio to create applications. But now, as we are working towards evangelizing low-code development, what we have seen is these boundaries are blurring away. No matter whether you are a pro-code developer or you are a visual developer in Power Platform, with Copilot first development, we are giving tools to you to enhance and be more productive in everything that you do, making a Copilot a centerpiece in all your development projects. It all started with GitHub Copilot that we launched in 2021. So as a low-code lover myself, I was very excited to see that now we can bring in Gen AI capabilities into GitHub and generate code that can be used in Visual Studio. And this was further extended when we brought in PowerFX in Power Platform that allows you to transform natural language to code using the GPT models that were built in. And since then, our innovation knows no bounds. Since 2021 to now, there has been 3 full years of amazing development in the Copilot. In 2022, we started working on introducing natural language modeling in flows. We're creating apps using Figma, etc. In 2023, that is where we announced the word Microsoft Copilot and announced Microsoft Copilot Studio to create custom bots. And again, 2023 was an era of innovation across Microsoft Suite. We had innovations groundbreaking across Copilot Studio, Power Automate, Power Apps, Power Pages, and Power BI. And now, as we are in 2024, we are talking about a lot of new innovation coming in Copilot Studio, agent capabilities, Copilot connectors, AI flows, recorder, native integration to GitHub, and a secured workplace for it to scale as a more robust and scalable low-code development tool. So when we at Microsoft, if you ask us what is how does the future looks like, it looks like Copilot to us. And that is what you are going to see across the range of products, not just Power Platform, but even outside Power Platform that you can see. So when we talk about developers, definitely because it is a low code tool, there will be some impact. Developers will definitely see huge productivity rise for the applications they are building. But what will also change is what they are developing. What they are going to develop will be more intelligent, more empowered, more agile, more dynamic, and increasing productivity hundreds times. Now let's listen it from one of our customers ourselves to see how Copilot can help you, our customers, to be more productive. And this story is about Cineplex. They are a large media and entertainment company in Canada. They have over 160 theaters across Canada, and they are using Copilot and Power Automate to automate their processes. Let's get started.
If somebody thinks about movies in Canada, they're going to think about Cineplex.
Cineplex's biggest selling point is guest services. Being able to utilize AIs and automation before any other businesses really put us over the top.
So what we do is have people that are doing refunds from a spreadsheet say, give me a little bit of time and we'll figure out how we can automate this. We're literally able to turn around that automation in a number of days. That's when we really saw the value of the Power Platform.
Sorry, I think there was some technical glitch. I'll share again. Okay, was there a glitch? Were you not able to hear the audio on the Teams? Okay, it's okay. Maybe perhaps I'll just continue the presentation. So now we have seen an interesting use case of how Copilot works, how our customers are able to use Copilot. But now the question is, how do we go ahead and evangelize these Copilots? Apologies, there is something wrong in the presentation. Okay. So now you just saw a great use case of how Copilot can actually help businesses to be more productive. But a question that we get a lot is how you can build a Copilot, how actually you can go to the background, create a Copilot for your use case. And the answer to it that is using Copilot Studio. It is a rich enterprise-grade secured platform that allows you to create your own custom bots. Whether it is a Microsoft 365 Copilot or any Microsoft first-party Copilot for that matter, or it is a custom Copilot that is embedded in your website, your apps. Copilot Studio can be used to safely extend and existing Copilots and create custom Copilots. Now moving on to, we have been seeing groundbreaking innovations every year in Copilot, whether it is in terms of the latest features that have been released in build. We have three main tracks of features that have been released. Number one is around agent capabilities. Agent capabilities allow you to create your custom Copilots with workflow functionalities. That is, the bot is not dependent on an active conversation to execute or run workflows or tasks. It can go ahead and run long-running asynchronous workflows in the background, giving the people, the users, the ability to extend and automate boundarylessly. Second is around the knowledge. It allows you to use different knowledge sources. Copilot Studio supports Microsoft Graph, Microsoft Dataverse, Fabric, and the connectors, meaning that no matter whether you are using Modern Workplace or you are using Dynamics 365 or using Power Platform or even other systems, Copilot can easily integrate to these data points as knowledge sources and execute tasks. I again want to emphasize on the custom connectors that we have. We have over 1,400 custom connectors. That means you can go ahead and, whether it is your ServiceNow, Salesforce, SAP for that matter, we have a connector for that. It means it works for most of the existing investments with our customers. And even if there is no connection, no custom connector, we don't have an in-house connector, you can go ahead and create a custom connector easily and call it from your Copilot Studio. And the best thing about Copilot is it keeps evolving. Copilot is just not a GPT model. It is not a large language model. It is much beyond a chat. Now it has a capability to go and work for you in the background. It can help you to do autonomous tasks and workflows at ease. And that is where agent capabilities come in. With agent capabilities, you are able to operate independently of the user to run fully automated tasks. You have the ability to respond to events, interactions to chat requests, or act on behalf of a company, department, or development. Now look at the scale of functions and processes that are enabled by agent capabilities. I will show you a quick demo of agent capabilities, but I think there is some glitch that the video is not flowing across. So what I will do, I'll share this deck for you later to have a look to see how it works for yourself. So now this is something that I wanted to speak about agent capabilities. There was a video of Cineplex, how they are doing it, but I'll just maybe forward it because I heard that audio is not being shared, so it might not be so impactful. So now what we have seen is over the few time, if we talk about Copilots in 2023, the traditional Copilots were all about search, summarization, generation, etc. But when we move to 2024 and beyond, we see two major shifts. All this will be redefined in terms of two new capabilities that we are getting. Team Copilots, now the capability to create multiple Copilots and being worked by multiple teams, and agents. Agents is more across ability to run autonomous workflows within your Copilot without having any dependency on an active conversation. And this is where all the evolution is lying. So at Microsoft, we are increasingly looking at Copilot as a general purpose reasoning engine. It is just not dependent on chat, voice, etc. It can easily support APIs, AI apps, and even agents embedded in the surface. And when we talk about the future of development with Power Platform, it starts with giving the right tools to the maker to create the apps, the low-code tools to make you the superheroes of app development. and even increasing your power with Copilot, the Gen AI capability, the ability to tell, I want to create an app for approval, and the Copilot creates the first draft for you. And further, giving you a superpower by giving you a team of copilots, multiplying the productivity multiple folds and making you more efficient in creating your application. That is how Microsoft sees Power Platform Copilot as a future of innovation and development. And that is what you will see. As we continue to work, you will see that we have introduced Copilot across our function. In Power Apps, we have introduced the ability to create applications using Gen AI. So if I am a developer, I can tell Power App, create an application for me, Power App, let's say, create an application for expense management that has this information. I can give a sample data and create an app out of it. I can change the modeling. I can create workflows using the Gen AI capability that is available. Not only that, when I talk about Power Automate, we are bringing a Copilot into your workflow engine as well. We have great features coming in AI flows, AI recorder that allow you to create flows quickly. For AI flows, it is, I can just tell what I want and the Copilot can create for me. If I want to write, let's say I want to create an expense workflow for my internal employees, I can say that start a workflow when an expense is created. If the expense is greater than certain threshold, route a approval. If the expense is related to a, let's say, a public sector customer, assign it to compliance team first. I can tell whatever I want to do, and using all those instructions, the Copilot can go ahead and create an application for me. That is how the future of application development looks. And now when we look at the market opportunity, there is a huge market opportunity in front of us, for which all these Copilot capabilities are gearing towards. When we look at the demand, 1 billion new applications will be built by 2028. And this is more than the number of applications being created in last 50 years. So you can see the pace of innovation, how quickly our organizations need to catch up the pace of development and create applications. Not only that, how many applications, what the demand is increasing, but how you create apps is also increasing. Now, how you create apps using more natural language, using more graphical building, using more AI components, making you more productive and create more impactful apps. And even what you build is changing. Now we are looking at creating apps that are more intelligent, more agile, more dynamic, and more empowered. In fact, if you look at the market opportunity, by 2026, 40% of the net new applications will be intelligent apps. That is, they will have some form of AI incorporated into them to enhance their existing experience and new use cases. So as I leave you excited for what lies ahead for Copilot and Power Platform, I want you to get started today, explore more, learn more, and be more, a guru in Power Platform and the Copilot offering with that. With that, I will take a pause. And if there are any questions, anything that you want to double tap on, the floor is open and we can start Q&A. Yeah, so I see there's a question from Jyoti about the availability of teams and agents in Copilot. We are looking at September for updates in the release. While we still need to get update. I think in September that will be available in US. For Asia, we might need to wait a bit more, but we will keep the group updated.
Thank you, Arpita.
Welcome, Jyoti.
Yeah, so thanks everyone. Thanks, Harshita, for your amazing session. So guys, Harshita is ASEAN Senior GTM Manager for Dynamics and Power Platform. And she showed all the stuff, new stuff which you have seen so far. So big thanks, big round of applause to Harshita on the Saturday morning in Singapore. It's pretty tough to have this time, I know, for the family. So thanks a lot for
you're welcome. I think the community is so supportive in evangelizing Power Platform. So it is our pleasure to be able to support in such occasions. So I think later I can send my email address. So if there are any questions or something, feel free to get connected. We are all a part of one Microsoft family. So looking forward to working with a bigger community and helping the Power Platform grow. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, hi everyone. So just to highlight one thing, the next session supposed to be next should be break, but in that note, actually, I understand Adil is not feeling well, and he is having fever. So in that note, we are replacing Adil session with RO session. So next session, RO is going to talk about mastering prompt engineering, the fusion of art and science. And let me introduce RO is also associated with Sysmex as regional Microsoft Cloud Architect lead. And he is also ex-Microsoft actually. So in that note, I will say thank you so much, Aro, for joining us, and over to Aro for the session.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I really appreciate.
Aro, we are not able to hear you, Aro.
Dhani, can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you, Aro. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to share my screen first, and you see whether you can able to
we can see your screen.
Yeah.
We can hear you as
well.
All good.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I'm going to first stop sharing. So I'm just I have a lot of sessions, so I just want to get the right sessions right now, and just give me just 10 seconds. Okay, guys, just want to double check that I'm sharing the screen now, and hope you can see my screen. Dhani, can you please confirm, please?
Yes, Aro, we can see your screen.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. So, guys, what I want to share with you is that about mastering the prompt engineering, right? That is something which is Okay, I think. Okay, guys. So first thing first. So my session prompt engineering, how we can use it. So I just want to give you a glimpse that what is the thing, why I got this thing from many users call me that Aro, prompt engineering is not a rocket science, and why we need a session for this. But I just want to give you a context because prompt engineering, you can do lot of amazing stuff. Okay, and you can including coding, right? So what I'm going to show, I'm not making you really advanced. I'm going from the beginner to intermediate, right? How the prompt engineering can you make your prompts useful and more meaningful? That is the thing we'll talk about, right? So both including the arts and science of the prompt engineering. So about myself, so I'm Microsoft alumni, as Microsoft as well. So I'm working for Microsoft for a couple of bigger projects, and now working in a healthcare company at this point of time. Right, so I'm very passionate to learn, and I just work for Microsoft Technologies. So pretty intense on the learning and also sharing with the community, right? So I won't talk that much about what is here, but main thing I want to share is that we will having a couple of things about the why prompt engineering we need, and what is a open playground. I know that you've seen the Azure AI playground, but I'm talking about the open AI playground. So why we want to go for that, and some 5 principles, which is very important, right? That is a principle you have to master it, right? And then the AI work, and some I have 3-4 demos so that you get the value, right? And also I will also sharing my GitHub repo, so that if you want to practice, you can just do it. I have mostly shared everything with in the repo, and I will share the link with you later on. Okay. Now, first thing, a lot of people ask that, Aro, how we can learn AI? What is the best way to learn AI? So one thing which I keep sharing, and I am top AI in voice and LinkedIn. So one thing which I keep telling people, I'm just sharing this as well, is impossible to keep with AI. Right? The reason being is that there's so many models come into picture, whether it's from Microsoft, come from OpenAI, come from Lambda or Meta, open sources. So impossible to keep track of that, right? So don't even try this thing, because you can't track. It's so impossible. But I tell you that if I learning any new things, ABC for that matter, I will focus on the ABC of that technology, right? So I mostly work on the principles, right? The principles never change, right? Example, I wake up in morning, then I do some practice, I go for office, and I learn again, right? So principle never change. The AI keep changes, right? So I keep telling all the people that who are in this session that keep learning new things. Principle never change, but the AI concepts and new things keep changing. So we will in this session work on the principles, which is from prompt engineering, right? And I give you share 5 principles to make your prompts easier and also more meaningful, which you can make it faster in your things. Okay. Now, what is prompt? I know it's a very basic things, but let you know, when you do Google search, right? You can search for something, right? The top politicians or top cricketers in the world, right? So it'll give you something, but we can also in Google or in Bing, we can add something more meaningful, right? The top cricketers who have uh, 5 best records in test, right? So that is an example, right? So prompt should be slightly more precise. Okay, so let me give an example what this prompt means. So I have example for me, top cricketers in the world. Now this is called as a naive prompt. Naive means it's a native one, right? Doesn't give you any references. So I'm talking about text. We can have images, videos as well. So this session, I'm working only for text. You can do the similar thing for videos and other aspects as well. right? What we are doing, right? We want to get our prompt beta. So this is called naive prompt, baseline prompt, right? So example, now you can see the top cricketers, we see Babar, Azam and all. Then we have some like Harry Tucker, right? Is it make sense? I don't know, right? But again, this is the result from the AI, right? So this is a naive prompt. It should be top cricketers, right? This is Harry is not is a famous cricketer for that matter. Again, there are some people. So I'm just giving you the glimpse. So this is called as a baseline prompt, which is not excellent, right? We make it excellent, right? So this is used for one more task, and is unreliable, right? A big example, right? Harry Tucker from Ireland is a top 10. We know that Harry is not that one, right? So this is an example. Could be any other gadgets. Example, iPhone, top Android devices. So our AI maybe whether it's Copilot or OpenAI are not reliable. Could be not reliable. So we can make reliable in this session, right? So we can understand. So what we will do here is that we work on the task which is meaningful and useful for us, right? So the main thing for the prompts, it should be reliable, right? If our prompts are not reliable and you share something with your community or share with your senior management, they will question, RO, this is you shared with us, this is not correct, right? So we have to make our prompt reliable and meaningful so that we get the right information to the users. That is the use of prompt, right? And prompt engineering, just want to repeat, can be used for basics, can be used for advanced technologies. We can use a coding with Python and C# as well, right? I'm not going to that level. I will share the resources through which you can do. Okay. So let's go to what is prompt engineering in general, right? So let's go for that and we see. Now, this is actually as a prompt which I crafted out, and you see that it has slightly more engineered prompt, right? It gives some samples. So main thing for any prompt engineer or for the coder must your prompt should be reliable, right? And be useful. So I highlighted it. Your prompt should be useful and reliable, right? So now you can see the in previous slide about top cricketer, this one is slightly more engineered, right? More precise, right? That is something which is we work on that. So this is, I showed you the basic prompt, and now in this new prompt that I show you, this is called as the more advanced kind of prompt we can go for. Now, don't worry that this is all the slide deck. I need demos. Don't worry, I show the demos. I love demos, so I give a demos. But the slide deck will be with you. I will also share the GitHub repo of what I have done so that you can repeat it and show with your end user, with your management if you want to. Okay, so one thing which I want to tell you, very important, using a templates, right? When you work on any project, right? Any project, AI project, I never use this kind of thing. I use a template, right? So Aro, what is template? I will show you in my demo later, right? So it's best to use template. You think about example, Word template, PPT template. When you use it, you can develop, right? Example, I make a template for my events. I can reuse, right? That is the use of the templates. So I show you that how we can use templates in prompt engineering, and then you can save it for your other use cases. Okay, so that is a thing which we'll show you. Now, just want to give you what happened, right? This is maybe you've seen multiple times. I just want to give you context about the ChatGPT, and then Microsoft Copilot is using it as well. So the pace of innovation is become too much at this point of time. So the pace of innovation for AI has become is crazy. So you've seen that for reaching to 100 billion, mobile phones took 16 years, internet took 17 years, Facebook took 4.5 years, and ChatGPT took only 2 months. Right, that is something at the crazy innovation which we are in this world, right? So I mentioned you, we have to look on the principles. You can't beat the things from AI, right? So, but principles will be always with you. So focus on the principle, and then we can make it better in your. If you go for interviews and all, at least you get an idea on that interviews or for any sessions. Now, again, this is something which I just shared that from 2022, from the Microsoft and the ChatGPT, the engineering for interest for prompt engineering is increased a lot, right, from 2022, and this keep on increasing, right? People are getting interested. So you see that is a big spike in the prompt engineering interest. That is something which is you good, and also you can learn, right? So if we go, for example, a lot of job roles in Microsoft, Google, Amazon, right, about prompt engineering, right? So you have to see what role this is. Is it is a developer role, or is an end user, or you are something which is more the thing. So when you go for any role, you have to find it out whether it makes sense that you are applying for that role is meaningful for you. So that is something, right? Now I will give you something how we can use it. I show a demo through which you can use that the prompt pack. Again, it's not developed by me. It's already give the references. It's very good, and they can use it in this prompt for your use cases, right? Whether it's a marketing, whether it's a customer support or sales or healthcare, you can use it for that, right? So this is something which I shared with you. This is called as a ChatGPT AI prompt pack, where you can use it. So this is not prompt engineering. This is something for you. You can use it, right? So let me share my screen to you, and then I will share that particular prompt pack, how we can develop with that. So my prompt pack is here. It's here. Okay, so let me reshare my screen, and yeah. Okay, so don't worry, all the links I'll share with you. So this is the prompt pack where I can just go for the AI database, right? So whether I can search for all my tasks, whether it's a sales role, marketing role, you see that already created by someone, right? So we can reuse. Again, we reuse. That is called a template, right? So this is not template, but can work. Now, for me, I want to make for software development, right? I want to make I have a project where I have to use a prompt for cross-platform app development, right? I'm a developer. I want to develop. So what I can do, I can just click. This is the response. I click this particular content. Just copy there, and I just use ChatGPT. Right? We can use Copilot. I just want to give you, because now one thing I share you that I have a ChatGPT Plus because I use ChatGPT a lot, and also Copilot a lot. So my quotas is over, so I using ChatGPT Plus. But I just want to give you the context. I use a lot for ChatGPT and also Copilot. It's pretty my life easy. So I think like avid learner of AI. So here what I will do, right? I have this thing, right? So I want to learn. So I learn for list of platform. I use maybe I in the square bracket I use Power Platform, and I use AI example, right? And the features or whatever it is. I just want to give you the things, right? I can just put that right. So what happening right now, because I put in Power Platform and AI, right? So it give me all the app development inside. Right? What of list I can do, what GitHub I can do, what documentation I can get started, right? You see, just in just 1 second, I'm able to get the things. Now you can actually make it what project you are working, what frameworks you're working, you can make it to your hard content. You can use for community events, or you can use for your other basic stuff. Right? That is something I want to share on that. So that is which is very useful for this is template which I can use it. So very important to use the templates, right? So let me go back again that if I go for maybe I'm a marketer, right? So I can go to market, and maybe I want to brand a story. I can do the similar thing, right? So we have the users, the developer have make amazing stuff for us that to make life easy, right? So I can just maybe I put my company that is ABC Travels. Okay, and then whatever I can do, what product I can do, and I can just. So this is something, this is called as a, not a naive prompt, not a baseline, but it's something more refined. So again, just one prompt, I'm able to get my vision, I'm able to my mission, my core values, everything I can do it. So this is called as a prompt pack, which you can use it as the link I will share with you on the later. So this is use of the templates, I will say. Right. So that is something I want to share with you. And then let's work on the second demo, which is called as, let me see my deck here. Let me share again and then share my screen again. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm going to slide deck. So let's get started with the second demo, and then we see the content in there. Okay, so you see the AI prompt pack. This is not developed by me, but I use it for my own research or even for my projects at times, because I do lot of things and all. So this prompt pack is a baseline for you to make it working. Right now, second thing which I want to share with you is about the templates. Right, how we can mix templates. Right, so the templates is that is make you life easy, that you can use for your standardizer work. Now, 1 or 2 or 10 prompts in ChatGPT on Copilot is okay, but when you work on an AI big project, you have to use templates. I'm telling you because I have worked with multiple projects, and using if you don't use template, it makes my life difficult. Right, so always standardize your work. Right. Second thing is we can use it in the again, normal ChatGPT is personal, right? And when you work on the Copilot or work on the things, that is not personal. That is your company things. So that's why I work for ChatGPT Plus or a Copilot, which is a personal content you can share. Right. Second stuff is about your Azure Playground. I will show you later on this. I think many demos have seen that from many people, that Azure Playground. But I give you a twist here. I'm not using Azure Playground. I'm using OpenAI Playground, right? And you can see the difference later on. So in is our example, which in my demo will be using the the ChatGPT Playground, and you see how it works. That is the main difference we'll talk about, right? So let's see how it works on for the prompt specifically. Then you can see the difference there. Okay. So you're seeing this prompt, right? Now, what I can do, right? If I go to my OpenAI, just want to show to you. If I go to my Entra ID, go to my resources, I have OpenAI, right? And in my OpenAI, I have a lot of resources, right? But I can go for the Whisper model, a lot of things. So let's go to click in this one. Right. So Microsoft, good thing about Microsoft is that they always give you a templates to work on, right? So what I can do, I just click on my AI Studio, right? In this OpenAI Studio, if you've seen in many demos, we will see later as well, is that you have a scope to make a template, right? This is going to take some time, but always make templates, right? So this is a playground for testing purposes. What I can do, I can click on chat, and in chat we have template, right? And you can make a new template, right? Yeah, you can make new template. Now, example, I can have the Iris chat, I can have the Xbox chat, marketing, many templates can go for. My example, I'm not going for that. I'm going for my OpenAI. This is the one which I use for my own testing and all. And the good thing is that all my all the models come to OpenAI first and then goes to Microsoft. Maybe after 3 weeks or 1 month, those models come first. OpenAI and then goes to Microsoft. So I just can do a lot of testing here, right? So let's go and you see how it works, right? So we can see the chats, we can see a lot of things inside, right? Now, Aru, where is a template I can create? So here, what I can show, I'm not giving the things, right? I have lot of templates I created, right? Example, tell me a joke. So maybe what I can do, I create a template and then system and this will give me. So tell me a joke on Power Platform. I don't know it will work, but just want to give you it has some joke of that. So this is template I'm looking for, right? So I can sit and run that and it will give me a joke. Okay, you see the joke, the acidity gave it to him. So again, it's a how you make a Power Apps in trouble. You make it always follow the rules and regulations. This is a joke. Again, the things. So what I'm going to share with you that we can have a governance template. We can use those templates. So I work a governance for multiple projects. So I will use this template for me, right? So I can, as example, I want to create a new template. Maybe I want to create for cricket. So I just click and create a new template, maybe for cricket. Tell me about top 10 cricketers. Okay. And then it will give you a list of the all cricketers, right? And you see that the top 10 are from, again, it's coming from different thing, right? You see here. And then what I can do, I can save as a template. Top 10. And I can also share with my other users if you want to, right? So top 10 cricketers. Sorry, there's about the mistakes and also spelling mistakes. So you can have as many templates for that. So why I'm using it as template is for my own use cases. And this template I can reuse for my own projects, right? So prompt engineering is just not 1 or 2 times. It's going to be used for bigger projects. So template will be the best way to do it. Okay, so this is the thing I want to show you. You have already seen Playground and Azure Playground, and we have more sessions of Playground later. But I'm giving you the open AI Playground is a bit different because you give an option to create templates and you can use it for your own good, right? You can have coding as well. You can have your OpenAI code and you deploy that code into your Power Platform on Azure. That is the option you can go for. So again, coding can be used. You can use Node.js or Curl or C#. The good thing about Microsoft is that they use C# and other languages for that. So if you're not so good into Python, you can use the same code in your C# program as well, right? So that is something I want to share with you this. Okay. Now, I have 5 principles. Let's go through these principles and then I'll show you how we can use this these principles in your day-to-day use, right? So I was using both Copilot and also ChatGPT Plus, and you see the differences. Okay, so these are 5 principles. I'm giving you the walkthrough for each principle. Again, this is very important for you to understand. So from 0 to hero, you become a prompt engineer in just in 45 minutes. This is amazing stuff. So you can learn a lot from this particular session in that way, right? So first thing we will do is the principles. What is the principles? What principle I'm talking about? So the first principle for prompt engineering is called as direction, right? Direction. Right. So what direction I'm talking about? Direction is that example. This is the template. This is, you see, it's a huge template. A brainstorming of products with this style. Give me some examples. I'm not going to this thing. So this is a very big prompt. I'm giving about a style. So the first principle is in giving direction. What direction? I understand what do you mean by direction. Direction, I mean, think about object or an inventor. Think about Steve Jobs. Anything now, Steve Jobs, everyone knows. So who's a famous inventor? So example, we can think about in first principle of a specific persona. Make a shoe in terms of style of Steve Jobs. So all the prompts you will get is a I shoe, I sneaker, those things you were talking about. So you will give it a direction in the prompt that use a persona. Now, persona could be a person or could be an object. Think about spacecraft also, right? So those things we can work on that. So so again, brainstorm the pair of shoes in the style of Steve Jobs, right? That is something I'm talking about. This is a first principle, right? And then we'll get iFit, Pure Fit, Air Fit. You get same kind of style, right? So here we can see they have some innovation that people have done, right? It could be other people, Bill Gates, right? Microsoft have another options you can think. So again, see, Bill Gates, you get different kind of style, different names you will get it, right? That is one thing to talk about, right? Now, there is given direction with persona is one. Second format is called as specify the format, right? So I want to have the structured, right? Now this is I use in a daily basis. I use for daily basis, right? So example, I'm looking for a template which is a comma separated, right? So I use for my projects as well, and also in my normal things that I will give me a list of Power Platform products where the governance is used and give me a table format, right? So what I'm doing in this prompt that I'm giving a format, specific format. So this is the second principle. Okay, again, this is second principle. The first principle was the giving a direction, a style. Second prompt is about the formatting. So this is again, you see that in this big prompt, I'm just highlighting on the format, what format I should give. Okay, that is one examples, right? So again, example, again, I'll show you in my demo later, but you see the screenshot that I want to have in my prompt, comma separate list. So I get this kind of format in my prompt. Okay, so consistency is key in prompt engineering, right? So if you give the same thing and again, you never get the good results. So that's why the normal ChatGPT is not so good till you learn about the direction, about the examples, you get this idea, right? So first one, we did the direction, now about format. The third is an example, right? The third one is example. And this is something which I also use a lot, right? So Arav, what is the examples I can go for, right? So the example which I can look forward is giving an example. So maybe give me Azure AI template, which these kind of formats you can give, right? So examples, maybe an AI template with the VM template with the hard disk to be fixed on that. Same thing we can do for Power Platform. We can do for any other third-party apps for that. So giving an example is very, very, very important, right? So if you learn, if you learn about the prompt engineering, there's something called as a zero shot and also something few shots. So I'm not about shots, you go to bar, right? I'm not about those shots I'm talking about. Shots, what I'm talking about, how many examples, again, how many examples you're providing in your prompts. Are you giving 0 examples or you're giving some other examples, 2 or 3 examples? So that is very important to understand that when you work on the prompt engineering, you have to give examples so that you get a better results. Okay, that is something a very important part, right? And very important that if I give 5 to 6 examples, then you look again, you give a lot of examples, then you're losing creativity, right? So example, I give 5 to 6 examples, then the AI will become very creative and give you a lot of other things, which is not very relevant. So what I mentioned to you, that is you have to make a balance. Give some examples, 2-3 examples are good, but you make 5 to 6, then your Copilot will give some weird art kind of things. So again, balance of art and science has to be balanced in that context. So if you load lot of examples, you lose constraint of your creativity. So again, this session is about creativity and also about science, right? So don't give too much examples because your AI will be a bit confused. giving some relevant examples only, right? Example, I make examples of the weather and also make as a for cricketers. Then the AI will be totally confused. Give relevant examples. 2, 3 are good for that. That is something I'm talking about. The last part, this about the quality. Now, this is not a something called as a tactic, right? The first two, giving direction, then about formatting and examples are actually tactics for what? For the your prompt engineering, right? But this is the fourth. It's not a tactic. It's for redevelop your prompts. So when you develop prompt engineering, maybe for 10, 15 times, then you get a different quality. So we are talking about quality of your prompts, right? So when you work for a very large projects, you have to fine tune your prompts, right? So again, you see that I didn't put any example because this is not an example. This is a tactic. It's not a tactic. It's a examples you can work for. So your prompt template should be well optimized, doesn't have unnecessary information. Example, if I put example of cricketers with the weather, it make totally no nonsense for us, right? So your prompt template should be well optimized and doesn't have much details inside. That is unnecessary information. That is the fourth principle. An example, right? That if I do Copilot or do ChatGPT, you see that I have done 10 times. I have fixed it. That make it my prompt much better. This is the example with that. Again, it's not a tactic, it's a guidance. And the last one is splitting. Yeah, example is that we can have a lot of templates and we can split. Example, I can have my cricketers, and cricketer I can put that maybe top 10 who have top 20, and then put an example, maybe give an example of this some cricketers who have done this thing. So this is the divide and labor kind of stuff we do inside, right? So in this example, what I'm doing, I'm giving an example that in this format, in the fifth last examples, I'm giving steps, right? That it have a catchiness, it must have a uniqueness, and also have some kind of simplicity in my prompt. So that is a use of my prompt. So example, when you I put this output, my output will be a catchiness, uniqueness, and simplicity, and we can use an API. So what I'm talking about is that you have to use the API for that thing. You obviously, when you have multiple usage, you can't use it. So best thing to use is called as for your API. Okay, so I have a lot of things to show, but now let's go for the demo. This is very important that what all the 5 principles we have seen, let's do in practice, in real, that how we can work, and then we can get the value. Okay. Okay, that is a thing. Now, one thing before I shared with you that ChatGPT and Copilot are completely different. Why? Because ChatGPT is working on the personal data, right? However, Copilot is a grounded data, right? Grounded is based on your own native data. So if I give the names of products with the shoes, right? You get 10 or 12 list from the ChatGPT, but if I use same thing in Copilot, I will get only one or three, because that is my own data. So you see that Copilot and ChatGPT are different because of the grounding. ChatGPT is very open. Copilot is grounded because it has the own data we can go for, right? So that is, I want to show you the difference between the ChatGPT plus or anything. But again, ChatGPT has something called enterprise. Again, ChatGPT enterprise, we have something which we can use it, but I have a similar which we have in Copilot as well, right? So I don't work, but I have no subscription, but Copilot, we have a subscription, so we can test on that. So let's see, let's work on the template, right? So the thing which I want to show you, that one. Now, this is my last demo about the principle, the 5 principle we work on. We work on the worksheet. Now, don't worry, I have the template for that. I shared the things with you later on this. Okay, let me share the. GitHub and I have a lot of things. Yeah, so this is the thing which I do for community events, and this is a master engineering, right? So all the things, all the tag, all the things which I do, you are here, right? You can just grab. I've already put it in my teams as well later on, but you see that if you want to do it immediately, you can do it right now. Okay. So this is my DAC and all the resources for the mastering the GitHub, right? Okay, so this is the give you things, and I will post it in LinkedIn later on, right? The slide deck, the code, and use it, right? The most important thing to understand is that the template, right? So the 5 principles. Okay, so first we have seen is naive prompt, right? Naive prompt, it is a 0, no example given, right? Then we have given direction, specific format, examples, quality, and divide labor. So let's go step by step and see. Now, what I will do, I go to the naive prompt and we see the results. So I go here and go to my ChatGPT here. Okay, and here. I have to just clean it. So this is a naive prompt. This is the naive prompt, right? This is a basic baseline. You see here, all the things are there and give you some examples, right? I didn't put any direction, right? Whether it should be in style of Steve Jobs shoes or any in vector, right? So that one we can do, right? For Tesla, what we can do in that way. So this is a naive prompt, nothing we do, right? Now in this second example, oh, sorry.
Sorry for interrupting. Are you sharing a screen? We can't see anything.
Oh, sorry. So I think I'm not able to not share screen. Okay, sorry. Now you can see, right? Sorry, you can see, right, the screen now, right?
Yes, I can see the Excel file, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So guys, just want to share with you, Rad, that I have put everything in my GitHub. And in my GitHub, I have provided all the details that how it works. So I already put the links inside. So this is the template I'm showing you, right? It's already in the GitHub, right? So you can just try and at your end, right? And I also give something people, this template is not created at me. I just get a permission by a person that can I give you thing. He's told me that's okay. You can share with other communities. So the people, some people who are very, very good and open heart, it's okay. So I'm using this template. It's not by me. I'm just giving you how it works, right? So let me go with that. So in this template, right? Where is my, yeah. So I use the baseline template, which is no examples. So what I'm doing, I'm just putting this example in this and share in my Teams. Where is Teams? Okay. Okay. So I just copy. I just want to just recreate. So I'm using the base prompt and the baseline. So I have no examples, right? You see the base prompt, right? So it doesn't give you any value. This is mostly people use it. I just rewrite and all, doesn't give much value. What we have to do, we have to use this template to make it working, right? So we can have a better prompts. Now I'm giving a direction. Right? So I'm giving direction, and in my direction, I'm giving an example that in this direction, I'm telling you use this example for your usage. Okay, so I just copy and show you in this one. Okay, so I have So this is this is first principle, giving direction. So here, what I'm doing here, that I give names of the seed products, right? This should be your seed products. This name should be included. And then please give me other product names, right? The description is a pair of shoes which can fit any foot size, and seed words are adaptable, omni-fit. So when I click on that, my first principle, right? Yeah, so I get OmniFit. These are the things, right? So it's very good for marketing, right? I didn't put names, right? I didn't put specific. So I got these things. So this is slightly more engineered prompt, right? More engineered prompt, right? So that is one principle. Second principle is about giving a rule, something about that. So example, I want to give another rule, right? So I have to give format. So what I can do in this example that I go, this is third principle that give me some format for that, right? So this is something which I can go for. Click on that. Again, there's no format. Again, it gives you that you can give things and all, but mostly I do in my use cases, right? I show you that what I do and template, right? Yeah. So example, I use for a lot of time I use a lot of Power Platform for governance. So I give this thing. So in my second principle that I want to specify format. So what I can do, I said, please give me a Power Platform governance tool with the table format. I can put CSV. I could any format. So I can put JSON format, CSV, but I prefer to table format. I click on that. And you see, I got, it's analyzing. Yeah, and you see all the products. Then I can use it as a table. These are the references tables. Like there are a lot of products, like we have Renko and ShareGate, A-Point. So this is a tool I'm looking for. And I use it this product for my testing as well, right? So this is a way you can have some kind of formatting in your samples, right? So what we have covered, we have put the naive, the baseline with no results, right? Nothing information. So first one, given direction, we give some style with them. Example of Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg, anything. We can examples for that. Second one is called as an format, right? So I can have a CSV format, a table format, a JSON format. That's one also you can able to do, right? So that one, the way we can do it is provide some formatting in your prompt engineering, right? So one or two we have covered. Third, we see in our example is something called as examples, right? So in this example, I want to give a brainstorming with this brainstorming in a comma separated list. So I just click on that. And I will click on my prompt engineering, the examples. So yeah, this is again. So this is similar example that comma separated, but also I'm giving examples. You see, I'm given 1, 2, and 3 example I'm giving, right? Right. So that is important that when you work on the coding C#, Python, or making a very big product, you have to use API for this, right? I'm not going to API. I'm just showing you the basic principles, how it can work, and then we can work on that, right? So this is the third principle about the examples, right? So you see that now. Now you see that my prompt is very big, but the output is very short. Why? Because this is more engineered prompt. Again, it's more engineered prompt, right? So this is getting better. You see, if I'm using the think about the iPhone, Apple products, right? I not those things. That you get very easily that how the prompt is become better after few times, right? That is the way we can do it. And that is the examples, right? I'm talking about zero shot to few shots. Zero shot is a naive prompt, no examples. But the third example, principle is about giving examples. So this is the examples which I'm providing you. We can do same thing in Copilot as well. But I will say that in Copilot everything's grounded, so I can't give you the much more details. But here this is open, so it's much easier to see how it works. Okay. And let's go to the fourth principle about quality. Right. So again, the similar kind of thing I'm doing here. You can see that the output I just want to write now. So you can put notes over there, but the example you will get it right. Similar thing. Right. I put it in my example. Right. I put it here. output, I will get I fit and those things. So let's do the fourth principle and then see how we get it. It could be, this is an example, it could be different. So let's go for the fourth principle about quality. Yeah, similar kind of thing we get, right? Again, it's quality. And again, fourth is not a tactic. Like the first, second, and third are tactic. Fourth is actually we can do. So I can just, I didn't like it, so I can just click on that. Then maybe I didn't like it again, I just click on that again. Then you see every time a new things come on. So if I go for 10th or 15th time, I will get a better result. That is called the quality of your prompt. Okay, that's something we're talking forward. And the last one is about the divide and labor, right? So in your prompt, you can have some paragraphs as well, right? You can have paragraphs, like this one is a big paragraph. So you can go and put a very simple prompt or complex prompt, and then we are good with that. Click on this. Okay. Again, let me clear it, but I think it's still referring to the old one. So let's go for this. Yeah, it give me some examples, right? So if we might get some products like that. Now, you see always, right? Now, in my divide and labor example, in my this example, right? Sorry, I copied the wrong cell. Yeah, the fifth divide and labor, I copied the different things. So I just recreate again. Okay, so in this prompt, what I want to do, the fifth prompt, I'm giving an example as well, right? Product names with this, and also I'm putting something I can put paragraphs, right? Rate with this, with the highest score, and response in the table format. So again, earlier, I didn't know. I never knew that you can put space and all. Now you know that you can use space, make it examples with using formats. You can use the specification of the our examples. So now you have understand that how divide and labor can work together in which using all 5 principles which I've shared with you. So I click on this, and then we get all the thing inside. All right. Now, Aro, this is something which is you showed how we can practice. You can practice with different prompts at this point of time. And most important thing that how I learned is something called as where is goes, yeah. Oh God, I meant to go to that. Yeah, today. So this is a course which I have a habit of learning every day. So I'm keep learning these things, and this course is amazingly good for me. And all the content I showed you, actually forget about this cost. Udemy always have a sale every week, right? So I pay $15. Again, I'm from Singapore, right? So I don't go for that cost. I never go for that, but I look for sales every week. They have sale, right? So I paid around $15-16, maybe that is around 800 or 1000 rupees, Indian rupees, right? But again, if you are a student, maybe not to remember. If you want to learn new things, keep learning this thing. This thing is a very big big course, and you can learn a lot of things. And I mentioned to you that you can go for coding. There are lot of things you can do. People who are developers in this session, if you want to do prompt engineering, there are a lot of examples how you can do your prompt engineering with the LangChain, and lot of coding examples are giving here as well, right? I'm not going to in depth on that because I feel that it's too much in-depth knowledge for this. But if you want to go for that, please go for this. In my Slack deck, I've already given all the examples. I also learned from other resources as well, right? Something called as Coursera, if you have heard of this name. I learned from Google AI Essentials, and this one course, one particular art of prompt engineering, and I read it twice because the way the engineer, this Google engineer explained is so clear. Is that all the courses I've seen, this is you can't beat the way he explained. So the art of prompt engineering is free. This Coursera courses are free, right? You have to pay for your certificate. That is 49 USD. But if you're not free, you can just go for that. But if I want to give that, the way they explained, and so the Google engineers and the people is so good, right? And this just 2 hours and lot of examples they give, lot of assignments they give. You get more details on that. So if you want to learn AI, two resources I will highly recommend: Udemy and also Coursera. These are the key people who build AI things, right? So there's so many. Again, this I'm not telling that these are not good and bad things, but this is thing which I learned. I feel this is very good use courses, and this is not expensive. I have paid for $2,000 also courses as well, $5,000 courses as well. But I'm not telling to go for that high cost. But these are very very affordable, and this Coursera courses are free, absolutely free. You can go for that. So if you want to learn, passion for learning Python or C# and all, go and so many courses in Udemy and YouTube and all. Keep learning. I think principles keep changing. Principles will always be there. Like you do hard work, but the coding will be always changing, right? So Python will be changing. Things your AI model will keep changing, but your hard work will be always be there, right? So principles, hard work, be honest. That principle will never change. So I'm telling you that keep learning new things. AI is such amazing stuff. I encourage to learn new things. It's just not Power Platform, not everything about that, but also always keep learning. That's the gist of this my deck. Okay, all things are shared with you, and I will also post in my LinkedIn by end of day. Okay, guys. So yes. So so guys, so if you have any questions, we have to take a break now. And then we take our things. Any question? Shankar Lal, you are here as well. Here, I know that you are here. Anyone who are Arvind, Geeta? Yes, thank you, Shriram. Anything you want to share with you? Because we are going to a break zone now. Right? Yeah. Okay. So guys, we're breaking into the for the small. You can have a coffee tea break here. If we are in person, you can have coffee. There'll be coffee there. So you can have a coffee there. We can go for a loop break, whatever it is. But if you are personal in virtual, you can take a break, talk to your friends, your family, whatever it is. But we take a small break, and then yeah.
Okay. Let me take over.
Yeah. So Golak will take over after this. Okay. Yeah. Golak. Okay.
Hello. Turn off. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hi, Golak. Yeah, I think it's echoing.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to mute it out. Maybe Arav, I will make you drop. Yeah. Hi. Now it is audible.
Just fine.
Anyone in Teams can confirm.
Yes, it's good. We can hear you fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Arav, for the session, and it's really helpful. And thanks for accommodating in very short period actually when Adil is not doing well because of health issues. And thanks again. In that note, actually, we are now stopping the session for 30 minutes break, or 30 minutes or around that, because it's I believe lunchtime around, or I think beyond in Australia, right? I think we'll give 30 minutes of break, then we will kickstart our next session. In that note, thank you everyone and stay tuned for the upcoming sessions. Yeah, that's all from my end so far. Yeah, sorry, we have session 11:45, right? I think I'm putting 15 minutes of break. Then we will see. Yeah, after that, we will see for next break.